Chapter 693. There was an unexpected change in the Battle of Mo Mountain. Mo Master had reached the true realm, and his terrifying aura swept across thousands of miles. The fairy-slaying cry roared, and blood streaks appeared. Holding the sword, knowing destiny's eyes darkened, and he was ready to face the most difficult battle. Above the void, divine light sprinkled down, and the figure bathed in the light had an indescribable aura. It was the first time a true realm cultivator had appeared in the world. Old Nine, have you seen a real celestial art? Mo Master raised his right hand, and in an instant, a black aura gathered rapidly above the 9 heavens. It was hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, and a majestic cold aura spread out, covering the true moon and opening up a new domain. Seeing this, Ning Chen formed a phoenix with his left hand. The moment the phoenix opened its mouth, endless flames spread out, devouring the flames of heaven and earth. It kept rising under the black moon, forming a pattern of its own. Morning sun shines in the east. The heavenly book martial arts appeared, and the divine sun rose from the sea of fire. Celestial art versus heavenly book, the sun and the moon were in the sky, fiercely clashing. In a short moment, the divine sun showed signs of collapsing, and the huge gap between the foundation and cultivation was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. With a bang, blood splattered, and Hong Yi flew out, severely injured. Red dyed her clothes red. Ning Chen suppressed his injuries, and the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish. He shouted, and the phoenix soared into the sky. A huge bronze beast appeared, and the blood of the phoenix spilled on the chariot. With blood as a sacrifice, the god-slaying cry appeared. The chariot shook, and the chariot turned into a ghost phoenix, the killing machine that shocked the 4 celestial realms, and its destructive power reappeared. He stepped on the back of the ghost phoenix, and the phoenix essence around Hong Yi rose rapidly, pouring into the chariot to support the ghost phoenix. In the next moment, the ghost phoenix spread its wings and turned into a black stream of light, crashing into the figure in the void. Mo Master's eyes narrowed, and he raised his right hand. Suddenly, thunder roared in all directions, and a surge of divine power spread out, blocking the god-slaying chariot. The ghost phoenix's true realm exploded, and dust rose into the sky. Thousands of miles around Mo Mountain sank, and the mountains moved, as if doomsday had arrived. Star transformation. The moment the 2 extremes collided, the big stars above the void, and after a while, they turned into the power of falling stars, crashing into the master of Mo sect. Caught off guard, Mo Zhu was injured for the first time. He took a step back as the aura around him surged. As the shockwaves dissipated, the black-robed figure stood in the air. His eyebrows were cold, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss, devoid of any human emotions. The demonic phoenix met again. Without a single word, the immortal execution and crimson drill, 2 of the most ferocious weapons of the present age, appeared at the same time. In an instant, resentment soared to the heavens. The blasphemy technique reappeared. Heaven's tears. The resentment of all living beings gathered. Xian Tsang wept in grief. Heavy rain poured down, covering the world in fog. In the heavy rain, Mo Zhu frowned as he felt his body being restrained. The resentment of all living beings. Before he had time to think, Feng and Mo's figures had already arrived. Ling Sha's sword came from the same source, but it was completely different. One was as heavy as a mountain, while the other was as fast as lightning. The combination of strength and speed, the seamless tacit understanding of the heart and body, the sword edge passed through the gap, leaving only the whistling of the sword light in the world. Mo Zhu came back to his senses and used his palms to block the 2 swords. With a keng sound, the 2 swords changed direction at the same time. It was as if a flood dragon had come out of the sea, sealing the throat and threatening to kill. Ling Hua's sword light cooperated seamlessly. One was extremely fast to restrain the enemy, while the other was extremely powerful to break through the enemy. The sword at the peak was unique. Under the night sky, the two figures intertwined. Their speed became faster and faster, and the sword momentum became heavier and heavier. New and old grudges were vivid in their eyes, not allowing the swordsman to slow down. With the suppression of resentment, Mo Zhu's body was restrained. However, the cultivation of the true realm was still so terrifying that it was hard to resist. His every move was vast and mighty. In the most tragic battle, the two figures were dyed red. Since he had disregarded life and death, the sword in his hand was a divine weapon that burned hatred to pave the way. Mo Zhu turned his palm to block the attack. He was a little shocked, but his killing intent was also a little bit. The disciple that he had never completely seen through had become a great threat today. He couldn't leave him alive, and he didn't dare to leave him alive. Regaining his rationality, the sword became much clearer. Mo Zhu had hatred, and his hatred reached the heavens. However, Xingjian was abnormally calm. Crimson drill shone brightly. The number one ferocious weapon of the central state displayed its terrifying magnificence. On the other side, the phoenix body and immortal sword were in hand. Between extreme speed, each sword was a killing move. Together with the demon body, they killed the culprit together. The sound of battle was abnormally ear-piercing. The hand holding the sword had been dyed red countless times. Only the belief of killing evil didn't waver at all. Unwilling to fight for a long time, Mo Zhu's body was bathed in divine light. The pressure became stronger and stronger, and the black moon appeared again, shrouding the world. With a bang, a palm shook the two weapons. The stagnant swords couldn't move an inch. The two flew out, their arms overflowing with blood. Their flawless cooperation gradually showed signs of defeat in front of the absolute difference in cultivation. To be able to force me to this point, you have done well enough. However, it's time to return the things I gave you. With a deep shout, Mo Zhu turned his right palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds rolled. With the support of the black moon, an endless suction force was released, drowning the two. The phoenix body paused, but it felt the three auras in its body rapidly surging, showing signs of breaking out of its body. Seeing this, the demon body's eyes darkened. It clenched its left hand, and Taisha appeared. The Taoist and demon weapons appeared at the same time. Stepping forward, it changed from an all-out attack to half attack and half defend, fighting for time for the phoenix body. Mo Zhu snorted coldly. Without the restraint of extreme speed, his moves were more terrifying, and the majestic palm force slammed toward the phoenix body. A pool of blood splashed, dyeing the sword red. The demon body was fearless, and it endured the aftermath of the palm force with its royal demon body. Outside the battle, the phoenix body used its phoenix essence to suppress the surging true qi in its body. Mo Gates' immortal techniques were all taught by Mo Zhu, and each of the 9 peaks had one. While their cultivation improved rapidly, it also planted a hidden danger for them. The surging true qi was about to break out of their bodies. The phoenix body, who had the cultivation techniques of 3 peak masters, was in great trouble. The yellow spring seal, layers of Mo Gates' immortal techniques were sealed. At the most critical moment, it was fighting for its life. In the battle, the demon body faced the true realm Mo Zhu alone. Even with the royal demon body, after receiving the terrifying palm force, its body gradually couldn't withstand it. Blood dripped down along with the slashing of the two swords. In the face of an absolute difference in cultivation level, even if it was brave and fearless, it couldn't help but accept the reality of the situation. Stars transformation. The heavenly demon technique appeared again. The demon body was surrounded by stars, and it turned into a meteor that crashed into the former. Mo Zhu focused and stepped forward, avoiding the phantoms of the stars. Soon after, he raised his right hand, and 100 suns soared into the sky, blocking the last star that crashed into him. With a loud bang, the mountains fell and the stars sank. Amidst the raging waves of sand, the black-robed figure swept past, and with a swift sword, the wind and clouds gathered. Reincarnation Tribulation. The reincarnation tribulation appeared, and the sky collapsed and the earth was destroyed. The heavenly demon six absolutes, which belonged to the royal demon body, displayed a terrifying power. Wherever the sword light passed, everything collapsed, and reincarnation dissipated. An unprecedented move quickly approached. Mo Zhu's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness, and his hands condensed the power of yin and yang to resist the demon body's power. The two moves collided. The demon body's two swords blocked the remaining power, and with a bang, it slid several feet away. Mo Zhu moved, and his palm force surged, directly hitting the demon body's head. "I've made you wait for a long time." In an instant, a red light flashed, and the sword edge blocked the palm force. Then, it carried the demon body and retreated 100 feet away. "Can you still fight?" The phoenix body looked at the terrifying figure standing in the void in front of it and slowly said, "Endless fighting spirit." The demon body suppressed the injuries in its body and replied indifferently. "Let's end this quickly," the phoenix body said. "Okay." The demon body nodded and agreed. As soon as it finished speaking, the demon body condensed its essence, catalyzing the royal demon body's supernatural power. Thousands of demons appeared in the world, condensing above the void, endless, and shocking the world. On the other side, the phoenix body stepped forward and leaped into the sky. An unusually terrifying pressure spread out, and in the next moment, the heavenly fire burned the world and descended between heaven and earth. Fire of the Feng Shui Forbidden Land. In the void, Mo Zhu looked at the flames descending from the sky with a serious expression. Jiao Zi had actually refined the heavenly fire in the Feng Shui Forbidden Land into his body. The phoenix demon joined forces to resist the true realm. Demonic shadows flashed past, walking in the heavenly fire and colliding with the former. Immortal technique, sun and moon ascending heaven. When the extreme power descended, Mo Zhu didn't dare to be careless. He raised his body to the limit and raised his palms. The sun and moon descended in the sky. When the celestial technique descended, heaven and earth shook. The earth couldn't bear the majestic power, and huge deep ravines appeared one after another, extending thousands of miles away. As the two moves collided, the remaining power spread out rapidly. Amidst the dust and sand, the two palms were pressed together. Yin and yang auras circulated, and the demonic phoenix appeared. 6 paths fall, thousands of demonic tribulations, Taishang Forbidden Sword. As soon as it stepped, the dust under its feet surged. The demon phoenix entered the 9 heavens, and the black and red airflow around it spread rapidly, drowning thousands of miles away. Demon Phoenix Heavenly Calamity. When the forbidden technique appeared, the demon phoenix spread its wings, and an unusually terrifying sword light formed from the demon phoenix's body, condensing the immortal slaying evil spirit. After a moment, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of sword lights descended, destroying heaven and earth, and fell into the world. The black sword rain fell, and there was no way to avoid it. Mo Zhu lowered his eyes and turned his palm to receive the 10,000 swords. In an instant, the 10,000 swords drowned the last word peak, burying heaven and earth. In the distance, the demon phoenix descended from the sky and looked at the figure in the dust, not daring to relax for a moment. Drip. An undetectable sound was heard. In the dust, a drop of blood fell from the sky. When the dust dissipated, the figure appeared. Blood kept dripping from the right arm, and it was obvious that it suffered a serious injury. He really didn't die. The two bodies separated, and coldness flashed in the demon phoenix's eyes. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be in the true realm. The phoenix body said with a solemn expression. In the forbidden land of the absolute beginning, the real master of the Hall of the Dead appeared. His body merged with heaven and earth, and his extremely heavy aura made people feel breathless. The king waved his hand, and the sword flew in front of him. The fierce sword returned to its scabbard, and he held two swords with both hands. "Please." Without saying much, he asked to fight. The king's body shone, and the real sword's edge bloomed with the most dazzling light. "Swordsman, your name," the master of the Hall of the Dead said slowly. "Xia Yen. Mo Luo Tian of the Hall of the Dead." As soon as he said that, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying divine weapon rushed out of the ground. The 3-foot-long blade surrounded by black fog was cold and bone-piercing. The divine weapon of the underworld appeared in the world. Mo Luo Tian reached out and held the underworld sword. Immediately, the underworld chi returned to his body, and his origin art was completed. In an instant, the divine weapon of the underworld sword appeared, and the dark brilliance slashed through, splitting the night sky. The king stepped forward and faced the attack. The green sword slashed, and 1,000 miles of dark night instantly turned into ice. Chapter 694. In the forbidden land of absolute beginning, the king's meeting was filled with fierce and ruthless warriors. Saber lights and sword shadows clashed as the flames of war filled the sky. The underworld weapon's dizziness was the first to bring about doomsday. Wherever the blade light passed, it was dark and gloomy. The forbidden land that didn't have any vegetation turned into scorched earth. This was a world-shaking battle. No one dared to take a single step within a radius of 1,000 zhang. Around the two of them, the void was unable to withstand the extreme might of their martial arts. Large cracks appeared one after another, spreading horizontally and vertically, reaching hundreds of li away. The doomsday divine dizziness was beyond common sense. Every swing and slash had the power to break the sky and split the sea. The entire forbidden land of absolute beginning shook violently, unable to bear the burden. On the other hand, Wang Jian did not look surprised, but his moves were exquisite and forceful. His sword moved freely, and every move was precise to the extreme. This was the most powerful battle in the world, the sword god battle of dominance. As the battle progressed, the smile on the king's face became more and more obvious. Pleasure. The blade and sword clashed, and the battle was decided in an instant. Prince Yan's sword changed direction, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, the red sword passed through the gap, and the yellow spring opened the way. Mo Luo Tian brandished his blade to meet it head-on. His dizziness overflowed as he took the king's sword head-on. Halting his body, Mo Luo Tian forcefully counterattacked. With a flip of his palm, Mo Luo Tian condensed essence and slammed it towards Mo Luotian's chest. The green sword blocked the palm, and frost surged. Wherever the sword light reached, the world was sealed in ice, and a boundless expanse appeared. In close combat, every move was deadly. Saber light and sword shadows constantly intersected. Kings, ambitious and ruthless, this was a battle between the peak. The saber was wild, and the sword was even stronger. No matter how strong their martial spirits were, they were so dazzling that it was hard for people to shift their gazes away. Fast, fast, fast. The red sword chased after the rainbow, and the wind and fire combined. Heavy, heavy, heavy. The green sword pierced through the mortal world, and heaven and earth sank into oblivion. The white-hot battle became more and more intense. The strange light of the two swords clashing affected the gloomy wind and clouds. Under the night sky, a magnificent green and red light soared. The legend of Great Xia who displayed his swordsmanship for the first time was valiant like a god. His black hair danced in the wind, and his sword light illuminated the 9 provinces. Outside the battle, the experts of the Hall of the Dead were shocked. It turned out that there was such a sword in the human world. He was a frog in a well and did not know about the sword. Only today did he realize that the sword was the sword. At the same time, the battle on Eu Peak reached its climax. The Phoenix Demon joined forces to fight against the realms of truth. The Taishang Forbidden Sword appeared in the secular world. The falling sword light heavily injured the Mahist sex venerable. Amidst the dust, blood dripped onto the ground, creating a dazzling scene. Against a true realm expert, the Phoenix demon head held the advantage. Sky Breaker. Both of them swung their swords at the same time. The sword light that broke through the sky howled and surged, instantly arriving in front of Lord Mo. With a loud tremor, Mo Zhu was forced back several steps. Blood flowed from his wounds. His silence gave the two of them an indescribable pressure. Originally, I didn't want to use this move. You are courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Mo's aura changed abruptly. In an instant, the entire Mo mountain shook violently. The mountain rocks crumbled and dust soared into the sky. The sun and moon that appeared in the heavens and earth quickly fused together. Black and white light flourished in Lord Mo's eyes, manifesting the image of the sun and moon. A terrifying aura rapidly spread out. Deity realm? The demon body asked, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That shouldn't be the case, as he doesn't have any god source energy on him. However, he's very close to it, the phoenix body said calmly. The sun and moon merged. Behind Mo Zhu, multicolored light flourished. An enormous illusory figure appeared. It held yin and yang in its hands, and the sun and moon rotated. It was as if an immortal king had descended into the mortal world, shocking everyone. The demon body's expression became serious. Without hesitation, he activated his demonic yuan and turned into a heavenly demon. On the other side, the phoenix body also activated her true yuan. Amidst the phoenix cry, a phoenix appeared in the sky. Flames lingered around it, burning the sky and boiling the sea. In the final battle, no one was willing to retreat. They entered the Yellow Springs, and their life and death were decided by the heavens. Lord Mo raised his hand, and a black brilliance spread out. Pieces of heaven and earth turned dark, and not a trace of light overflowed. Reincarnation tribulation. The demon body punched out. The wind and clouds swirled, and demonic chi surged, colliding with the darkness. The two moves collided, and a waterfall of blood flew out in the darkness. Reincarnation collapsed, and the demon body was injured. Behind him, the phoenix body stepped forward, and Zhu Xian rotated in her hand. Sword chi converged from all directions, and endless sword light converged. The only sword at the peak reappeared in the world. Nirvana. The crisscrossing sword light was incomparably magnificent and dazzling. In the next moment, it turned into a majestic sword flow that broke through the sky, destroying everything in its path. The moment Lord Mo recovered, the sword light flashed. He turned his palm to block the attack, and thousands of swords shattered. The final sword light pierced through his body. Ugh! Blood splattered, dyeing the darkness red, and a waterfall fell from the sky. Stars transformation. The demon body ignored the injury and gathered demonic chi. Huge stars surrounded his body as he leaped forward, and the demonic might shook the sky. Back off! The demonic might descended. Lord Mo endured the pain in his chest and shouted. The shadow behind him pushed out the black moon in his hand, and it crashed into the huge stars. The black moon devoured the sky, and the huge stars sank. The demon body flew out and directly crashed into the distant ninth peak. The remaining power of the stars spread, and Lord Mo, who was seriously injured, couldn't recover. He groaned and took half a step back. Invisible sword. In an instant, Hongyi plunged Zhu Xian into the former's body, and the sword intent of the 10,000 swords instantly penetrated his body. The gushing vermilion red dyed the sword edge. The true chi around Lord Mo's body shook, and the immortal light was dazzling, forcing the person in front of him back again. 100 feet away, Hongyi landed on the ground and staggered a few steps back. The sword in her hand stabbed into the ground and stopped her retreat. In the tragic battle, the three of them were seriously injured. The phoenix demon body, which had a tacit understanding, relied on the unparalleled physique and the peerless divine weapon to forcefully close the huge gap in cultivation. Having just entered the true realm, before he could stabilize his cultivation, he encountered the Phoenix demon's murderous intent. The aura around Lord Mo's body kept shaking, and there were signs of it collapsing. The immortal execution baleful chi kept filling his body. The famous murderous weapon of the ancient times devoured Lord Mo's vitality bit by bit, adding a few more variables to the battle. On the 9th peak, the heavily injured demon body escaped from the mountain. He suddenly turned around and looked at Hun Dun in the mountain. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out, devouring the ferocious beasts in the back mountain. "Spare me." In the back mountain, Hun Dun felt the terrifying killing intent spreading towards him. He was shocked and kept begging for mercy. The demon body instantly flattened the entire back mountain with demonic aura. His abyss-like eyes looked at Hun Dun and said coldly, "Give me your power, and I'll spare your life." Hun Dun was shocked. After a moment of hesitation, he had no choice but to lower his head. The demon body flipped his palm, and a dense demonic aura engulfed Hun Dun's body. The power of Hun Dun entered his body, and the demon body's injuries were temporarily suppressed. He stepped out of the 9th peak and rushed towards the battle. He threw a violent punch at Mo Sek's master. Mo Sek's master received the attack and immediately felt an even stronger pressure. He took half a step back, gathered his essence in his palm, and struck out. With a groan and blood stained his body, the demon body did not retreat. He threw another punch at the former. Mo Sek's master flipped his palm, and a black and white brilliance blocked the demonic aura. The immortal and demon clashed, and the clouds broke and the sky shook. The unbelievable demonic might and the immeasurable existence of the true realm fought in close combat, and both sides suffered injuries. Outside the battle, the phoenix body gathered her vital essence and poured it into the celestial slaying sword. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and bolts of lightning descended, adding to the power of the ferocious sword. Feeling the increasing power in the distance, Mo Sek's expression changed. He ignored the injuries in his body and increased the power of his palm, wanting to escape. However, the demon cultivator did not retreat even half a step. He used all his strength to hold the demon cultivator back. As one, they had an unparalleled tacit understanding. The phoenix body focused and ignored the battle. She tried her best to gather her strength. The rumbling shook the sky. On the celestial slaying sword, the sword power became more and more terrifying. It was beyond the limit, as if it would lose balance and collapse at any time. Sword. The peak of the sword could be seen. The sword aura that kept gathering devoured the swords from all directions. From 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, sword light flew over, turning into sword clouds that floated in the sky. Thunderbolts fell on the sword. Lightning flashed between the sword edges, covering the sky and the moon. It was extremely shocking. No regrets. Tasting blood for a lifetime, no regrets. The phoenix body slashed the sword edge with her palm. Suddenly, a glaring red spurted into the sky, dyeing the sword clouds red. The will of the sword spread. In the next moment, thousands of swords hummed in unison. The swords that surpassed the peak turned into meteors that fell from the sky. The sword reached the peak, without beginning or end, infinite and endless. Only the sword was immortal. This was the most terrifying sword. The entire heaven and earth were drowned out. Sword light fell one after another like thunder, like a torrential downpour, like the sky was collapsing. The moment the sword fell, the demon body returned. She stepped into the sky, and the celestial slaying sword gathered the vitality of the phoenix demon and fell into the rain of swords. Mo Sek was shocked. He gathered his vital essence and met the attack. At the same time, the shadow behind him pushed out the sun in his palm to block the final sword. The two attacks collided. Endless sword light fell continuously as if it would never stop. The power of the sun above Mo sect weakened rapidly, showing signs of collapse. Below, the sword light fell, and the ground fell apart. The ground sank for hundreds of feet, and the end could not be seen. Rumbling sounds echoed. Even the world could not bear the terrifying power of destruction. Everything collapsed. What entered one's eyes was a dark void. The hatred reached the extreme. It would not rest until one of them died. It had been preparing for a few days just for today's moment of revenge. The demon phoenix fell from the sky. The celestial slaying sword in her hand slashed open the sun and pierced towards the demon body's head. Waning, waxing, waning. The last immortal technique, the last counterattack. The black moon appeared and swallowed the demon phoenix. It brought out a waterfall of blood. The demon phoenix was dyed red. She endured all the counterattacks. Her body separated, and she fell from the sky with her sword. In the distance, Hongyi fell to the ground. Blood fell like rain and dyed her body. In the battle, the celestial slaying sword in the demon body's hand pierced into Mo sect's head. The terrifying baleful aura instantly destroyed the latter's vitality. Mo sect's body trembled. He immediately looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. It made people feel cold. "Old Nine, you won this battle. What a pity." As soon as he said that, his body exploded. Blood and bones scattered all over the sky. The aftershock sent the demon body flying. 100 feet away, the demon body staggered and fell to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Looking at the blood and bones scattered all over the sky, a hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Is it finally over? At this moment, a gray aura spread out. Hun Dun broke away. He looked at the heavily injured phoenix and heavenly demon. A hint of unconcealable greed flashed across his eyes. Glancing to the side, the demon body's eyes swept over the primal chaos. Without a word, killing intent surged from his body once more. Hun Dun's body trembled. He immediately lowered his head and covered the light in his eyes. Chapter 695. The incomparably difficult battle had finally come to an end. Mo Zhu had died in battle, and his soul had dissipated. His blood and bones were scattered all over the sky. The scattered vermilion blood dyed the ruined peak red. The scene of devastation was a sign of how tragic the battle had been. The phoenix that had received the final attack was heavily injured, and its blood dyed the dust. The devil body went forward and gathered its energy in its palm to heal it. Not far away, hesitation flashed through Hun Dun's eyes several times. However, its rationality ultimately defeated its greed, and it didn't dare attack. Not long after, the devil body stopped and looked at Hun Dun. The killing intent in its eyes was not concealed in the slightest. If such a vicious beast was left alive, it would become a disaster sooner or later. Leave it alive. It's still useful. At this moment, the phoenix body opened its eyes and spoke. What's the use? The devil body turned around. Her's cultivation is still shallow, and she needs someone to protect her. Although Wild is not weak, he doesn't like killing. He might suffer because of this, said the phoenix body calmly. The devil body was silent for a moment before nodding. Look after it. I'll go get some things. The phoenix body's divine sense swept over the entire Ink Mountain, and then it walked toward the depths of Legacy Peak. The collapsed peaks of Ink Gate were filled with devastation. There was not a single place that was intact. The phoenix body waved its hand to shake away the boulders in front of it and walked into the secret land that had been destroyed by the battle. Within the secret land, all the great medicines had been destroyed. Not a single one was intact. The phoenix body walked past it without stopping for a moment. In the depths of the secret land, there were stone doors blocking the way. 7 of them had been destroyed, and the things inside had also been destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle. Of the remaining 2, 1 was relatively intact. However, the stone door was covered in cracks. It had clearly reached its limit. As for the final door, it was completely undamaged. After experiencing such a terrifying battle, it was still as good as new. The phoenix body waved its hand, and a green cauldron appeared. It then smashed toward the stone door. In the next moment, rumbling sounds came from Legacy Peak. It lasted for several breaths before stopping. Inside the 8th stone door was a small mountain of celestial jades. There were tens of thousands of them. Inkgate's many years of accumulation were all here. After cultivating to perfection, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was no longer enough to satisfy one's cultivation needs. Only with enough celestial jades could one cultivate faster. The phoenix body focused, and after a moment, the shape of a phoenix appeared. Flames rose, and a powerful suction force was emitted, swallowing all of the celestial jades into its stomach. After taking the celestial jade, the phoenix body walked toward the 9th stone door and smashed it with the green cauldron. With a rumbling sound, the mountain rocks trembled. However, the sturdiness of the stone gate was beyond imagination. Even after the cauldron smashed into it, it was still undamaged. The expression in the phoenix body's eyes didn't change. She lifted the green cauldron and smashed it over and over again. In the distance, the demonic body looked in the direction of the tremors. There was no fluctuation in his cold eyes as he waited quietly. At the side, Chaos stood at the side and did not dare to breathe. He lowered his head and hid the brilliance in his eyes. On Legacy Peak, the night gradually passed, and a wisp of white appeared in the east. Under the illumination of the first rays of dawn, the coldness of the darkness was dispelled. In the depths of the secret land, the stone door that had been smashed for an unknown period of time was finally unable to bear the weight. Cracks appeared on it, and it collapsed with a loud bang. What entered the eyes was a stone platform standing in the secret chamber. On the stone platform, a piece of paper made of black divine gold floated up and down. Multicolored light flowed around it, and it looked extremely extraordinary. The phoenix body stepped forward and looked at the words on the divine gold. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Yin-Yang Immortal Technique. Waving her hand to take the divine gold, the phoenix body glanced at the secret chamber one last time, then turned around and left. After the divine gold was taken away, the multicolored light in the secret chamber dissipated. The secret land of Mahist sect that had been destroyed time and time again finally collapsed, burying its 1,000 years of glory. On Legacy Peak, the phoenix body walked over and looked at the demonic body. She said calmly, "Leave." "Okay." The demonic body nodded. With a flip of his palm, he grabbed Chaos not far away and walked away. The battle on Legacy Peak had ended. In the forbidden land of absolute beginning, the battle between King's Sword and Divine Fainting had also reached the most critical moment. The divine power of the Nether artifact was shocking, and King's Sword's attainments were even more extraordinary. The battle between the sword and the saber that had been undecided since ancient times had once again begun. The Venerable of Nether Hall, Ling Lizhen, had an unprecedented cultivation base. With his peerless foundation and rare divine weapon, every move of his was destructive. The laws of heaven and earth couldn't bear it and quickly collapsed. However, King's Sword wasn't afraid at all. He waved his 2 swords and was as fast as thunder, as swift as wind, as aggressive as fire, and as heavy as a mountain. The sword that surpassed the peak of the mortal world fought the Venerable of Nether Hall head-on. The battle between 2 peerless opponents couldn't stand side by side. The more they fought, the more shocking the battle became. It attracted the attention of countless experts. Thousands of miles away, powerful auras appeared one after another. They stood on the peak, flying swords in the void, watching the battle of the century. In front of Nether Hall, the wind and sand were blowing wildly. The battle between the two experts was getting more and more intense. The blood that was constantly splashing was the distinct mark of the battle between the two. Rip. An ear-piercing sound of clothes being torn was heard. The clothes on Mo Luotian's left shoulder were torn apart. The sword light missed him by a hair's breadth. Expert. After a long battle, Mo Luotian's expression was solemn. The divine fainting chi of doomsday in his hand rolled over and over. The heavy energy rose rapidly. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth sank, and the underworld thunder fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black lightning crisscrossed. The majestic power spread out, destroying the world in an instant. The king's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his left hand, the sand sword flew out and circled around him, blocking the underworld thunder. With a loud bang, the underworld thunder broke through the sand barrier. The blade light slashed across, and blood splattered, turning the sand into mist. Suffering the first injury, the king took half a step back. His right hand that was holding the sword dripped with blood, dyeing the sword edge red. The green sword was hard to hold, and the situation of the battle instantly took a turn for the worse. When a swordsman lost his sword, how could he dare to claim to be at the peak? Valiant swordsman, how much strength do you still have now? Mo Luotian looked at the blood that kept dripping from the former's right arm and said coldly. The king was speechless. He looked at his right arm and frowned slightly. At this moment, thousands of miles away, the experts who were watching the battle also had a strange expression. It seemed like Mo Luotian had won this battle. What a pity, swordsman. A man in a purple robe sighed softly with a regretful look on his face. For hundreds of years, the biggest obstacle to the Hall of the Nether was the existence of Mo Luotian. No one could defeat them. The appearance of this swordsman had undoubtedly given them hope. Unexpectedly, they were still going to be defeated in the end. As expected, the all-devil heaven is still the strongest, said a man wearing a crown. 100 years ago, young noble Xiao Bai abandoned the battle, and the legend of Mo Luotian continued. Today, he's probably really invincible, said another peak corporeal realm powerhouse. When the others heard this, they fell silent. Young noble Xiao Bai, how many people still remembered this name? While everyone was talking, the battle in front of the Hall of the Underworld began again. The Hall of the Underworld's Hall Venerable leaped up, and the Underworld sword in his hand became heavier. The cruelty of victory and defeat had always been like this. With a bang, the red sword shook the soul. Blood overflowed from the king's left arm, dyeing his green robe red. Is this the true realm? Prince Yen said softly, and a trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. He missed the feeling of being hurt for a long time. As soon as he said that, the void suddenly stagnated, and the wind and clouds changed. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and the heaven and earth within 1,000 miles shook violently. When Mo Luotian saw this, he quickly retreated with a shocked expression. But at this moment, a vigorous primordial force spread out from the king's body, and a sword aura rushed to the 9 heavens. Amidst the splendor of ink, a divine weapon as black as ink appeared majestically. The revolving sword swept out, and a shock as if the sky and earth were collapsing appeared. The sealing sword that was born from the symbiotic body reappeared in the world, and the moment the sword appeared, the symbiotic body of the king quickly returned. I've made you wait for a long time. The green and red sword returned to the scabbard, and the king held the sword, and his figure instantly disappeared. Mo Luotian's pupils shrank, and he waved his blade to block. The moment the two weapons clashed, he felt his aura stagnate, and the underworld chi above the soul was continuously swallowed by the sword, and his aura rapidly weakened. Caught off guard, the sword slashed his arm, and a waterfall of blood bloomed, dyeing the world red. With a groan, Mo Luotian retreated a few steps, and looked at his left arm that wasn't holding the blade, and his expression sank. Are you looking down on Mo Luotian? The Venerable of the Nether Hall coldly said. The sword just now could have cut his right arm, but the person in front of him changed the direction of the sword at the last moment. Without that divine weapon, this battle is too boring, let's do it again. Imperial Prince Yen faintly said, and with a step, he once again rushed forward, and the brilliance of the abyss condensed, sealing all directions. In this battle, the Nether Hall's peerless divine weapon no longer had the advantage. Between the blade and the sword, every move was restrained, and the first one was clumsy. The moment the abyss condensed and the soul collided, the wind and sand in the sky turned into a sword, breaking through the underworld chi, and brought out a dazzling bloodlight. The king who had gathered all his power, and with the king's sword in his hand, his body was like a roaring wind and thunder. Wherever the sword light passed, the surrounding world turned into nothingness. The sword that didn't stop for a moment was shockingly fast. As the sword danced, the wind and sand danced in the sky, transforming and dispersing, and changing unpredictably. The strongest king, the strongest dual swords, for the first time used their full strength, and the power was shocking. Mo Luotian tried his best to block the attack, but he had already lost his advantage, and the battle was in complete decline. Unwilling to accept the situation being suppressed, Mo Luotian forcefully received the sword, and gathered his energy. The underworld edge slashed the sky. The blade light pierced through the clouds, splitting heaven and earth, and cutting through the darkness. Its power was terrifying. Too slow. The moment the blade light landed, the abyss condensed and arrived first, the hand that held the blade spurted out blood, and the battle ended. The underworld edge that landed on the ground was a shocking scene. The undefeated legend had ended today. What a pity. The abyss condensed back into its sheath. The king waved his hand to collect the sand in the sky, sighed lightly, and turned to leave. Mo Luotian was stunned. He couldn't regain his senses. He didn't understand how he lost. In the distance, the magnates who were watching the battle were also shocked. They didn't expect the ending to be so ironic at the moment when the soul fainted. Lost, he lost just like that. The undefeated legend of the Spirit Void Starfield, the mountain that all the experts came from, lost in the hands of a swordsman whose identity they didn't even know. Within 10 years, don't let this king hear any news about the Nether Hall. In front of the Nether Hall, the green-robed king carried his sword on his back, gave a light warning, and then walked away. In the darkness of the cold night, it was hard to see the light of dawn. The king's body flashed with a green light, half of his energy was sealed back into the sword. Swordsmen were discussing the sword, but the taste of winning the sword had unknowingly become so bitter. Chapter 696. Mo Mountain Ziyu Peak was full of devastation. After a shocking battle, the famous peak that symbolized Mo Sek's 1,000 years of glory was destroyed overnight. A cold wind blew, and dust danced in the air. There was no sign of life on the silent mountain. At this moment, the void swirled, and a man in a silver-gray cloak walked out. He looked down at the ruins of Mo Sect, and a stream of light flashed past. What a surprising phoenix! On the entire Iu Peak, the ground was scorched by the heavenly fire. The dawn moon brothel mistress walked in the middle of it and felt the faintly discernible scorching aura around her. Her heart was filled with emotion. If she guessed correctly, these flames should be the heavenly fire from the depths of the Feng Shui forbidden area. The god of fire was indeed worthy of its reputation. After checking for a long time, the Dawn Moon Tower Master turned and walked to the secret place of Mo Sect. When she saw the 9 destroyed stone doors, her eyes lit up again. Master of Mo Sect, are you really dead? After a while, the void shook, and the Dawn Moon Tower Master's figure disappeared. On the Mi River, the water rippled, and red clothes appeared. After returning to the pleasure boat, she did not come out again. On the riverside, who had been practicing swordsmanship for a long time, sat on the riverside. She kicked the water and looked at the pleasure boat in the lake. She asked, "Mistress, is Ning Chen okay?" "He's fine." A man answered softly. Inside the pleasure boat, Feng Yuan's demonic aura was surging. His seriously injured body was healing with all his might. The road ahead was dangerous, and he could not afford to slack off. 1 day, 2 days. A whole 3 months passed, and Ji Ming still did not walk out of the pleasure boat. Only the increasingly strong waves of vital essence were emitted from the pleasure boat, creating waves after waves. Who was worried before, smiled again when she felt the aura in the pleasure boat gradually stabilizing. After practicing swordsmanship, she ran away with Lingji. A man stood at the riverside and looked at the pleasure boat in the lake quietly. Her beautiful eyes were like lake water, without any impurities. Since she had made a choice, she would walk down it without any regrets. This was what he had taught her. At the same time, the news of Lord Mo's death quickly spread throughout the Red Phoenix star field during the few months he was recuperating. Countless experts were shocked. In the depths of the star sector, on the Red Luan star, the king's domain shook. In front of the destroyed Great Void Divine Realm, the void shook, and terrifying auras came out. Behind the group of cultivators, a beautiful woman in a dress of Guang Han appeared. The hatred in her eyes was so strong that it made people shiver. At this moment it was no longer important who had lied to whom. Only the hatred in her eyes had concealed the feelings in her heart. The word love, if one took it too lightly, it would hurt others. If one took it too seriously, it would hurt oneself. Princess Hong Luan knew this too late, and it was engraved in her heart. Hong Luan, seeing that the princess was about to leave as soon as she came out, Princess Yaoji's expression hardened. However, when she saw the unresolvable hatred in the princess's eyes, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Go. Be careful. He may be even stronger now. Princess Hong Luan didn't say anything. Taking a step forward, she turned into a flowing light and left. After Lord Mo's death, the king's domain was unsealed, and the power structure of the entire Red Phoenix star region changed drastically. Not long after the king of the Red Phoenix domain and the ancestors came out, they immediately expanded and fought for a share of the pie after the great change. For many days, one expert after another arrived at the Legacy Peak. However, the ruins of the Mahist sect had been burned by the heavenly fire, and all traces were already difficult to identify. Apart from the mysterious and unfathomable Dawn Moon Tower Master, no one was able to tell who had killed Master Mo. Time flowed like water. After many days and nights, the cold winter came and heavy snow fell from the sky, turning the surroundings of the Mi River into a white world. The Mi River, which used to be frozen in winter, was still rippling today. The pleasure boats in the lake floated quietly and never approached the shore. One day after the heavy snow, outside the pleasure boats, Ji Ming, who had just recovered from his injuries, walked to the bow. Looking at the heavy snow outside, a trace of undetectable nostalgia flashed across his pale face. It was almost the new year, and he hadn't gone back for a long time. How was Xinu and the others? From the pleasure boats, who was dressed like a dumpling, ran out. She was wrapped up tightly and her small hand grabbed the former's big hand. She giggled and said, "Let me warm you up." Ning Chen came back to his senses and said with a gentle expression, "How's your sword practice going? Little Masteress is here. Don't worry about it. Take care of yourself," her said sweetly. Ning Chen smiled and didn't continue asking. He looked into the distance quietly and peacefully. Accompanied him. Her small nose was red from the cold, and her beautiful big eyes also looked over. Although she didn't know what he was looking at, she didn't care. In the west, the sun was setting. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the lake, reflecting a beautiful afterglow. In the pleasure boats, a man opened the curtains and walked out. Looking at the two figures, one big and one small, she said softly, "Lingji's parents invited me and over. Do you want to come?" Ning Chen turned around and shook his head. "You guys go." "I won't go." Okay. Ah Man replied and went forward to take the little girl's hand. Then she looked at the former seriously and said, rest early. You're not allowed to fight for now. Okay. Ning Chen nodded and agreed. The two of them left and walked in the direction of the lights. Only Hong Yi was left standing on the quiet Mi River. She looked into the distance, and after a long time, she sighed softly. Little brother Ning, when did you become so sentimental? At this moment, the void above the lake swirled and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. Ning Chen looked over and said calmly, Tower Master is really resourceful. I didn't expect you to even find this place. You're too kind. Brother Ning is the one who really hid his strength. Even I was afraid of Master Mo's strength, but he still died at Brother Ning's hands in the end. It's really unexpected. The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this, but he quickly recovered. He smiled faintly and said, Tower Master, why are you so sure that I killed Master Mo? Just like how I was able to determine that you were here. It's not easy, but it's also not difficult. The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. Senior's ability is admirable. When Ning Chen heard this, he bowed and said. The Dawn Moon Tower Master was startled when she saw this. She immediately moved away, unwilling to accept the bow. Little brother Ning, I don't want to shorten my lifespan. I can't accept you calling me senior, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master with a look of lingering fear. Heh. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, Tower Master is a martial arts senior. How can you not accept this bow? If I'm a martial arts senior, then you, who killed Master Mo, who even I was afraid of, are a senior before a senior. We won't take advantage of each other, so it's better to treat each other as equals. The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. I'll do as Tower Master likes. Ning Chen replied and didn't linger on this topic. He asked, since Tower Master came here, you must have something important to discuss. Just say it. The Dawn Moon Tower Master's expression became serious when she heard this. She said, I came here because I have a deal to discuss with Brother Ning. Tower Master, please speak. A strange look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. I want to ask Brother Ning for the peach wood of the undying peach tree, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master seriously. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He said, since Tower Master knows that the divine tree is in my hands, you should know how important it is to me. I can't agree to any deal that will harm the divine tree. I understand, but, the Dawn Moon Tower Master paused for a moment before she continued, without the peach wood of the undying peach tree, the divine tree will at most lose a part of its life and spiritual energy. It won't die. As long as it is nurtured well, it can still recover to its original state. Moreover, Brother Ning has the jade pool water. The most important problem to solve should be the long 9,000 years. Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the boat. He silently listened to the Tower Master without interrupting. Business is business. I naturally won't take Brother Ning's 3 feet of peach wood for nothing. In return, I can divulge some information about the time forbidden to Brother Ning. Brother Ning should be able to hear this information after some time. However, information is more valuable when it comes to being one step ahead of others, the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master calmly said. Ning Chen's body shook when he heard the words time restriction. He looked at the Tower Master and said, the person who possesses the time restriction has appeared. So Brother Ning has also heard of this person. The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and said, the ancient battlefield. I wonder if Brother Ning has heard of this place. Ning Chen shook his head and said, no. Spirit Void, Red Luan, All Heavens, Purple Myrtle, and the other top experts of a dozen star fields jointly announced this place not long ago. They also gave the star field map to the top sects of the various star fields. As long as someone can find the ancient battlefield first, the top experts of the various star fields will give out 3 treasures. One of them is the time restriction, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master seriously. What are the restrictions? Ning Chen didn't act rashly and asked calmly. For such a matter, those top experts didn't do it themselves and instead asked others to do it for them. There must be something fishy going on. They didn't say the reason, but this time, only cultivators less than 100 years old are allowed to go. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed by those top experts, replied the Dawn Moon Tower Master. It's really a path that one has no choice but to embark on even though they know it's dangerous. Ning Chen sighed softly and didn't say anything more. He flipped his palm, and a powerful suction force spread out. Immediately, the divine tree on the riverside shook, and a 3-foot-long piece of divine wood broke out of its body and flew towards the center of the lake. After the divine wood left its body, the divine tree's light instantly dimmed a lot, and its life and spiritual energy were greatly damaged. The Dawn Moon Tower Master took the divine wood and waved her right hand. A scroll of mottled ancient parchment appeared and flew towards Ning Chen. This is the star field map. Brother Ning, you should take advantage of the fact that there aren't many great sects that know about this. You should leave as soon as possible, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master calmly. Thank you for the reminder, said Ning Chen with a nod. Then I wish Brother Ning that you'll be able to fulfill your wish soon. We'll meet again someday. As soon as she finished speaking, the void swirled, and the Dawn Moon Tower Master's figure faded, gradually disappearing into the night. Ning Chen looked at the two women walking over from afar and sighed softly. The road ahead was filled with endless troubles. Was it really good to have them by his side? Chapter 697. Jinxi City, Dawn Moon Restaurant, bright room on the second floor. Hong Wuan was brewing tea and the faint aroma of tea gradually filled the room. Not far away, the owner of Dawn Moon Restaurant was looking at the scenery outside with an indescribable brilliance in her eyes. Restaurant Master, will Sir Ning be alright this time? Hong Wuan looked up at the figure in front of the window and asked with a worried expression. Why do you ask? Dawn Moon Restaurant Master looked back and asked calmly. There are countless geniuses competing on the road to the ancient battlefield. Will Sir Ning succeed? Hong Wuan asked worriedly. Geniuses, ha. Dawn Moon Restaurant Master smiled indifferently and said, Hong Wuan, you are confused by your concern. You overestimate these geniuses and underestimate that killing star. What do you mean? Hong Wuan was puzzled. Dawn Moon Restaurant Master walked forward and picked up a cup of tea. She took a sip and slowly said, the tea has been boiled for a long time. Hong Wuan was startled and nodded shortly after. Dawn Moon Restaurant Master put down the teacup in her hand and continued, perhaps you have seen too much of his injuries, so you feel that this trip to the ancient battlefield is full of danger. However, you have not seen who he has been competing with all this time. Speaking of this, Dawn Moon Restaurant Master looked out of the window and said, ever since he came to Hong Wuan Star Zone, the people he has faced are old monsters like your Restaurant Master. To put it bluntly, as long as one lives long enough, even a pig can cultivate into a demon. Facing one reality stage expert after another, and even reality stage old monsters, it is already a very terrifying thing for him to survive. This time, on the road to the ancient battlefield, there are no old people like us. Who can stop him with just those so-called geniuses from the major sects? Therefore, what you should be worried about is not whether he can reach the ancient battlefield, but whether he will kill all of them in a fit of anger when some ignorant people provoke him. It can't be. How can Sir Ning do that? Hong Wuan was surprised. Sir Ning did not seem to be a murderous person. Especially after his phoenix body returned, he was even more cultured and refined, just like a noble young master. Don't be deceived by his kindness on the surface. The waning moon tower's mistress' lips curled up slightly as she said, the smile on his face is basically fake. It's just a method to make people let down their guard. In reality, the number of people he has killed is probably more than the number of people you have seen in your entire life. On the boat, Ning Chen looked at the two of them and said softly, "Let's go." N. A man nodded and replied softly. Reluctantly looked at the scenery around the Mishui River, then held the former's hand and left together. Not long after the three of them left, a black light gathered on the boat. A black-robed figure walked into the pleasure boat and never came out again. The sacred tree needed someone to protect it. The two bodies were destined not to be together for a long time. The demon had no complaints, and the phoenix had no regrets. The starry sky road was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. The heavens favorites of the great sex walked out of their life planets and flew towards the starry sky road. The ancient battlefield was a name that was so ancient that it was untraceable. Only a few of the top ancient sects had records of it. However, with just a few strokes, it was impossible to see much. After countless years, the supreme experts of various star fields once again brought up this place. No one knew why, but the three supreme treasures along with the time restriction were really too attractive. Basically, all of the great sects had sent out their most outstanding disciples to set out on this journey. In the competition of 1,000 geniuses, victory or defeat depended on one round. Only the strongest had the qualifications to walk to the end. Just as the Starry Sky Road map was sent to the various sects, the emissaries of the supreme experts from various star fields moved at the same time, heading to each of the strongholds on the Starry Sky Road ahead of time. The vast star fields were endless. The moment they stepped on the Starry Sky Road, they couldn't turn back. On the Starry Sky Road, Hongyi walked at the front like a flame between heaven and earth. It was abnormally eye-catching. A man held Er's hand and followed behind her. Her expression was calm, and she rarely spoke. "Little mistress, have you heard of that ancient battlefield?" After walking for half a day, Er shook the former's arm and asked softly. A man shook her head and replied, "No." "Is there something wrong with Ning Chen's head? How can he believe that black-hearted merchant's words?" Quietly glanced at the person in front of her and whispered. A man raised her hand and lightly hit the little girl's head. "Don't talk nonsense." Not long after the three of them set foot on the Starry Sky Road, news of the ancient battlefield quickly spread through the various star fields. While the various sects were shocked, they immediately sent out their disciples. The supreme geniuses of several top sects had already set off ahead of everyone else. There was no absolute fairness in the world, whether it was supreme cultivators or ordinary people. The Dawn Moon Tower's master had sent the news not too early, but not too late. It came before the rest of the world and after some of the top sections. In a short period of a few months, the starry sky path that was abnormally quiet had swiftly become bustling with noise and excitement. The star regions and great stars that were close to the ancient starry sky path even possessed a unique advantage. Once the news spread out, countless young experts immediately set out on the journey. The rewards given by the supreme experts of the various star fields were irresistible. Other than the time restriction, the other two items were also rare treasures. Just obtaining one of them was enough to start a sect. On the Starry Sky Road, one ancient city after another lit up between the various stars, guiding the geniuses of the various sects forward. At the end of the Red Phoenix star field, in the nearest ancient city, Ning Chen walked over with a man and Er. After traveling for several months, he was prepared to take a day off. In the ancient city, people came and went. The natives still lived as usual. The Battle of the 1,000 Geniuses had just started not long ago, so it had not affected these ancient cities too much. Just as he stepped into the ancient city, Ning Chen's footsteps paused. Looking into the depths of the ancient city, his eyes narrowed slightly. A corporeal expert. What's wrong? Seeing Ning Chen stop, was puzzled. It's nothing. Let's go. Ning Chen came back to his senses and responded, then continued walking forward. If he guessed correctly, this corporeal expert was an emissary sent by the supreme experts of the star fields. From this, it seemed that in the future, every stronghold like this would have at least one expert above the corporeal realm overseeing it. In a relatively quiet inn in the city, the three of them asked for 2 rooms and went upstairs to rest. At this moment, 100 miles away, the ancient city lord's residence was holding a banquet, singing and dancing, just to welcome the arrival of one person. In front of the banquet, a white-clothed man walked over. His eyes were bright, and his figure was tall and straight like a divine tree. His aura was powerful and fierce, extremely extraordinary. Luo Yang, the chief disciple of the Greater One sect, the top inheritance of the Red Phoenix star field. It was said that he was the peerless genius of the Greater One sect who was most likely to reach the 4th realm in the past 1,000 years. His strength was unfathomable. When Luo Yang arrived, the ancient city lord personally welcomed him. Even Elder Jialing, who was in charge of overseeing the city, appeared at the banquet to show his goodwill. Elder Jialing. When Luo Yang saw the elder, a warm smile flashed across his face as he politely greeted him. I haven't seen you in just a dozen years, but your cultivation has already advanced to such a level. It really is a new generation replacing the old, Elder Jialing said emotionally. Elder Jialing praises me too much. Luo Yang said modestly. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively. The city lord's bloodline wanted to make friends, and Elder Jialing also put down the arrogance of a corporeal realm expert. There was laughter, singing and dancing. Luo Yang always had a smile on his face. Whether it was facing the city lord's bloodline or Elder Jialing, he was very friendly. No one could find any fault with him. How has your master been recently? Elder Jialing looked at the young man in front of him and asked. Master has been well. Luo Yang smiled. That's good. Elder Jialing nodded. After a slight hesitation, he continued, Nephew, your master has once done me a favor. There is one thing I want to remind you. You must be more careful on this trip to the ancient starry sky path. Apart from facing the top geniuses of the various star fields, there are also some hidden dangers on this path itself. If you are not careful, you may suffer a great loss. Thank you for your reminder. Luo Yang's eyes flashed with a strange light when he heard this. At the same time, outside the city lord's residence, in an inn, Hong Yi sat quietly at the table, drinking cup after cup of tea. Her eyes constantly flashed with thoughts. The ancient battlefield, the ancient starry sky path, and the time restriction. Was it a coincidence, or was it deliberately done by someone? There were very few people in this world who knew that he was looking for the time restriction, and even fewer in the human realm beyond heaven. Master Mo, the Dawn Moon Tower Master, and Hong Luan. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chen got up and walked to the window. Looking at the lights outside, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was impossible for Hong Luan. Master Mo was already dead, so the only person worth suspecting was the Dawn Moon Tower Master. Without a doubt, the Dawn Moon Tower Master was the most mysterious person he had ever met. Other than knowing that she came from King Hong Luan, he knew nothing else. Her unfathomable cultivation and her ability to predict things was comparable to a fortune teller. If she was an enemy, she was really too terrifying. So far, he had cooperated with the Dawn Moon Tower Master several times, and it could be considered pleasant. He still couldn't think of any reason for her to scheme against him. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Thinking of this, Ning Chen recalled the details of the past over and over again, not letting go of any clues. He had to carefully plan his future path. Knock knock. Outside the room, there was a knock on the door. A moment later, the door opened with a creak and a man walked in. She walked to Ning Chen's side and softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm a little weak." A trace of exhaustion rose in Ning Chen's eyes. "Do you still want to continue?" A man looked at the person beside her and asked. Ning Chen lightly nodded. Then let's continue. Ah Man raised her hand and smoothed out Ning Chen's slightly furrowed brows. Her eyes were calm as she said, if you can't walk anymore, raise your head to look at the sky, take a breath, and then shout loudly. You'll have strength. This is what you taught me. Hearing this, Ning Chen revealed a smile. It turned out that when he was young, he had once said such obvious nonsense to Ah Man. It turned out that Ah Man believed it and still remembered it so clearly. It wasn't good to lie, especially to those who cared about him. In the next moment, an earth-shaking shout resounded in the ancient city, and it could be heard from 10 miles away. Perhaps he couldn't do something as foolish as the ancient emperors playing with their vassals, but he had done something as foolish as disturbing hundreds of families' dreams. Chapter 698. The city lord's mansion was filled with singing and dancing. The grand banquet was filled with wine and wine. It was a peaceful scene. The white-robed Luoyang was naturally the main character of the banquet. He had a smile on his face as he methodically responded to everyone's compliments. Elder Jialing nodded slightly. This disciple of the Greater One Sect's headmaster was truly extraordinary. Whether it was martial talent or bearing, he was the best. One day, he would definitely surpass his master and become the strongest person in the Greater One Sect. Oh. Just as the banquet reached its climax, Elder Jialing's gaze narrowed. There were still experts in the distance. Luoyang also looked to the east of the city lord's mansion. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Experts. Separated by 100 miles, their gazes met. The red-robed man stood still like a divine sword. Nephew, it seems other experts have appeared in the city. Old man Jialing withdrew his gaze and spoke. Red Phoenix stellar region is vast, so it's very normal for experts to appear there. Moreover, the search for the ancient battlefield this time isn't just limited to Red Phoenix stellar region, so I've already mentally prepared myself. Luo Yang put down the wine cup in his hand and smiled. It's rare for nephew to have such a mentality. But with nephew's ability, even among the geniuses of the various regions, there are few who can match you. I will wait here for the day when your name shakes the starry sky, Elder Jialing said seriously. Junior will naturally not disappoint Elder Jialing's expectations. Luoyang's smile faded. 100 miles away, in an inn, after a heaven-shaking shout, hundreds of lanterns lit up and cursing filled the air. Disturbing someone's sleep was naturally not something to be happy about. However, in front of the window, the little princess of the barbarian dynasty who still looked like a young girl after 30 years was smiling like a blooming flower. Although he felt it was very silly, he inexplicably felt happy for some reason. With a creak, the door was pushed open once more. A half-asleep wrapped herself in a blanket walked in. Her little face was filled with dissatisfaction. What are you doing? So noisy. After she finished speaking, the little girl walked to the bed in a daze, lay down on it, and fell asleep. Ah Man smiled and walked forward to cover with a blanket. This girl had really been spoiled by him. Ning Chen glanced back and smiled. He didn't say anything and continued to look out the window, quietly thinking. I'm going back to rest, said Ah Man. Ning Chen nodded and replied softly. After a man left, the room returned to silence. Only the little girl's occasional sleep-talking could be heard. It was unknown what she was dreaming of. In front of the window, Red Robe stood quietly. Her eyes gazed into the distance. Her thoughts did not stop for a moment. She was seriously considering every step she would take in the future. The night grew darker, and the lights of the homes were extinguished. In the quiet city, only Red Coat had not fallen asleep. 30 years had passed like a day. She had been deducing, thinking, and weighing the pros and cons. In the courtyard in front of the wing of the city lord's residence, the white-clothed Luo Yang looked to the east as thoughts flashed through his mind. Who was the owner of that voice? The long night slowly passed, and the first rays of the morning sun from the east spilled over the earth. Standing by the window, Red Spectre recovered from her thoughts. Looking at the little girl sleeping on the bed, a warm smile appeared in her eyes. As long as he could protect them from harm, it was worth it. Ning Chen waved his hand. Specks of starlight gathered and gradually entered the little girl's body. At the same time, on Heavenly Speech Peak that was who knew how many tens of thousands of li away, the apricot trees swayed back and forth, white flowers filling the sky. It was so beautiful. There is a woman in the heavenly language. She observes the mortal world and listens to the heavenly language. She knows the suffering of all living beings. White flowers and snowflakes circled above the peak, waiting for the next day of heavenly speech. In front of the ancient city, people coming and going came and went. With each passing day, the number of people increased. Thousands of prides competed, and the winner was king. Fame and benefits drove groups of young prides to embark on the journey. The ancient city that had been forgotten by the world was bustling again after countless years. People who looked at the sky from the bottom of a well did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. On the ancient road in the starry sky, heavenly horses galloped in the air and rushed into the ancient city. The man in the lead was dressed in green battle armor. He looked arrogant and disdainful, which made people hate him. Behind the man were 11 experts. They were also riding heavenly horses. The aura around them was abnormally strong. Every one of them was no less than the peak of the great fulfillment realm. It was shocking. In the city lord's residence, Elder Jia Ling frowned slightly when he sensed that 12 people had entered the city. Where did these experts come from? There were so many of them. It was not strange for a young expert to be at the peak of the great fulfillment realm or even the emptiness realm. However, 12 of them appeared at the same time, and they were obviously from the same inheritance. It was very scary. Almost all the experts in the city sensed the appearance of the 12 people. In the inn not far away, Ning Chen didn't even glance at them. He didn't have the time. It's time to get up. Ning Chen reached out and pulled the little girl up from the bed. Ah! Irritably struggled out of his grasp. She wrapped herself in a blanket and continued to sleep. The door opened and Wild walked in. Seeing Ning Chen's helpless expression, she couldn't help smiling. He was just asking for trouble. I'll do it. You go out first, said Wild softly. Ning Chen nodded and walked out of the room. He didn't dare provoke his little ancestor who was still angry when she woke up. Wild walked over and sat on the side of the bed. She lifted the blanket and gently said, it's time to eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Hearing the word eat, immediately sat up. Looking at the woman in front of her, she pouted. Why are you so early? It's not early. Wild smiled. Your master gave you something to eat before waking you up. Hurry up and get up. I'll help you dress. When heard this, she giggled and said sweetly, okay. On the first floor of the inn, after nearly an hour, the little girl ran down the stairs, leaving the 2 people behind. Behind her, Ning Chen helplessly followed. She didn't seem so anxious when he woke her up. You can't control her anymore, right? Wild smiled. He was too good to everyone around him and couldn't bear to refuse any request. That was why had such a lawless personality. I want her to have the same memories as a normal child. At least, she won't have to work as hard as we did back then. Ning Chen sighed emotionally. At that time, Grand Xia, Northern Meng, and the barbarian dynasty were all experiencing war. Their memories were mostly of war and schemes. He didn't want to have such memories. Hurry up. Sat at the table and urged the 2 of them who hadn't walked down yet. Ning Chen and Wild walked down the stairs and sat down at the table to eat. Seeing the two of them sit down, smiled happily. She picked up her bowl and chopsticks and started eating. The table was filled with a sumptuous meal. Ning Chen had purposely come down in the morning to order it. After traveling for so many days, he had to let this girl eat until she was full. Wild sat at the side and rarely ate. She was basically picking food for her. At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from outside the inn. The rumbling caused everyone in the inn to panic. At the table, her raised her head to take a look. She ignored them and continued eating. The 12 Peak Supremes didn't conceal their auras at all, shocking everyone present. Outside the inn, the passers-by moved aside. Inside the inn, the guests also quickly lowered their heads, afraid of provoking these fiends. Seeing the 12 of them enter the inn, the innkeeper walked forward with trepidation and said nervously, "Esteemed guests, do you want a room or a meal? Bring out the best food and wine. Hurry up." Among the 12 of them, an extremely ugly man spoke impatiently. "Yes, yes. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. The food and wine will be served immediately." The innkeeper hastily nodded and quickly walked to the back hall. The 12 of them sat down. Not long after, outside the inn, mournful cries entered their ears. A woman sat helplessly on the ground, hugging her young son, whose body was covered in blood from being hit by a fast horse. Soon after, she came back to her senses and looked at the 12 people in the inn not far away. "Compensate me for my child." The woman's face was distorted as she cried hysterically. Her motherly instincts made her forget her fear and she crazily charged at the 12 people. The ugly man turned his head and didn't say anything. Raising his right hand, he sent a powerful palm at the woman. Just at this moment, a white-robed figure appeared outside the inn. With a single step, he arrived in the inn and blocked the former's palm. "Brother, where it's possible to let people off, you should be lenient. Furthermore, you were the ones in the wrong first," said Luo Yang indifferently. "You dare interfere in our matters? Brat, do you think you've lived for too long?" Killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. At a table not far away, her finally reacted. Looking at the person beside her, she worriedly asked, "Ning Chen, should we help him?" "No need." Ning Chen softly replied. He walked over to the woman who had been sent flying by the shockwaves from their exchange and said, "Let me see the child." The woman was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. Ignoring her bleeding wounds, she handed over the child in her embrace and begged, "Please, save my child." Ning Chen took the boy's pulse. A moment later, he frowned. Wild walked over and crouched down. Looking at the child who was in endless pain, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. "Young master, young lady, please save my child." The woman knelt down and constantly kowtowed to the two of them. Wild helped her up and looked at the man beside him. This child's injuries were not light. If they wanted to save him, only he could do it. "Young master, please." The woman also saw some clues and helplessly looked at the red-robed youth in front of her. Ning Chen sighed. "Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." He hoped that the pain of being separated by life and death wouldn't happen again. In the next moment, the red light grew even brighter. It was extremely dazzling. At the same time, Elder Jiaoling appeared in front of the inn. Looking at the youth within the red light, a strange light flashed in his eyes. What pure extreme yang energy! Within the inn, the 12 unfamiliar experts as well as Luo Yang all looked over, their expressions grave. With such an expert by their side, they hadn't even noticed. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Chen withdrew his hand and looked at the elder not far away. He calmly asked, "Senior, I want to know if disturbing people on the ancient path counts as breaking the rules. If it doesn't count, then can killing people be allowed?" Chapter 699. In front of the inn, Ning Chen's question was direct and sharp. As the city guard, Elder Jiaoling couldn't help being startled. There aren't any clear rules. After a short moment, Elder Jiaoling came back to his senses. Many thanks, I understand. Ning Chen nodded and calmly gave the child whose injuries had stabilized to the woman. Take this child to a doctor. There shouldn't be any major problems. The woman gratefully kowtowed a few more times before taking the child and leaving. Let's go. Ning Chen glanced at the two people beside him. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. Wild and Yin looked at each other in confusion before following behind. Ning Chen, aren't you going to teach them a lesson? Asked Yin as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Fighting isn't good, said Ning Chen casually. Yin curled her lips. Was he trying to fool a child? Outside the ancient city, there were fewer and fewer people. There was a boundless wilderness with no end in sight. The road to the next city was desolate as far as the eye could see. In front of the two of them, Ning Chen calmly walked forward. His red robes fluttered in the wind like fireworks. Behind him, Yin was chattering with the woman beside her without stopping for even a moment. Wild had a warm smile on her face the entire time. She earnestly listened to the little girl's nonsense without any impatience. Not long after, the sound of hooves rang out. Dust flew into the air as one figure after another galloped past, creating a wave of sand. Ah! Yin was about to go crazy. She patted off the dust on her body, her face filled with resentment. Oh! 12 galloped past. The person in the lead frowned and reined in his horse. Looking back at the three people behind him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill them. With a single order, the 12 galloped back, charging at the three of them. What a joyless meeting. Looking at the 12 returning, Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He waved his right hand, and sword lights intertwined with each other. With an astonishing power, the sand waves within 10 miles converged into a huge wave. Let me do it. Wild took a step forward and pressed down on the former's sword. Ning Chen's gaze narrowed. A moment later, he nodded. These people's killing intent is very strong. Don't show mercy. Man responded softly. She clenched her right hand and a light blue sword appeared for the first time. An instant later, her body moved and her sword moved. Ning Chen turned around and waved his hand at the little girl as he said. What happened? Took 2 steps forward and hugged his arm. Watch the battle carefully. Wild's sword has been passed down to him by a senior. It will be of great help to you, said Ning Chen softly. Oh. When Yin heard this, she looked ahead with doubt. Was he stronger than Ning Chen? In the battle, the 12 peak supreme being experts took out their battle spears and charged towards the people in front of them. A man took a step forward and leaped into the air. The sword of origin in her hand slashed out, and ripples of water covered an area of 50 kilometers. Dazzling light filled the eyes, waves of water surrounded the sky. Streaks of blue sword light appeared in the waves, soundless and without a trace. Before the blink of an eye, the sword tip was dyed red. A dripping sound could be heard as blood dripped down from the sword. The ripples dispersed, and the entire area was filled with red. Blood splashed out from the 4 figures that fell to the ground. Their Dantian's Qi was destroyed in one move. Their martial arts were crippled, but their lives were spared. This unbelievable scene shook the other 8 people. For a moment, they couldn't recover from their shock. Take them away. Don't do evil again. Man waved her hand and put away her sword. She looked at the people in front of her with a serious expression. The leader's expression changed again and again. He made a prompt decision and said, retreat. With that order, the 7 people quickly left with the 4 heavily injured people. They didn't dare to stay any longer. When Ning Chen saw this, he sighed. It wasn't easy to make a bodhisattva use the Asura arts. I didn't see it clearly. Pouted and shook the arm of the person beside her as she spoke in a tender voice. Ning Chen returned to his senses and softly said, I'll let our man teach you on the way. You usually don't learn the sword properly. Now you know you're a frog in a well. Humph. After being criticized, unhappily let go of the former and ran forward, no longer paying attention to him. Mistress, I didn't see it clearly. Can you teach me? Hugged the arm of the woman beside her. Okay. Man softly replied. Let's go. Ning Chen walked forward and patted the little girl's head. Then, he continued to rush forward. Pouted and pulled the person beside her to follow him. The three of them left. Not far away, a white light gathered and Luo Yang appeared. He looked at the three people in front of him with a strange expression. What a strange sword technique. He originally thought it would be the red-clothed youth who attacked. He didn't expect that it would be the girl who gave him a surprise. The road was difficult. The three of them passed by one city after another. Almost every city marked on the star field route map had few people living in it. It was abnormally desolate. Without a doubt, this was a path that had been abandoned for a long time. At least, it had been forgotten by the world for the past thousands of years. The night was filled with stars. The autumn night was slightly cold. Under the flickering bonfire, three different faces were reflected. Was sleeping in Man's arms. For some reason, ever since Tian Yu's origin energy entered her body, the little girl seemed to get tired easily. After walking for less than a day, she was already complaining that she was tired. Will you be okay? Man hugged the little girl and softly asked. I'm fine. Ning Chen shook his head. I've been paying attention to her the entire time. This should just be a side effect of her transformation. Perhaps it'll disappear in a few days. After saying that, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Wasn't he tired after following them the entire way? I'll leave for a moment. You take care of her. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew towards the west. Oh. We've been discovered. 15 miles away, Luo Yang's eyes lit up. He had already been very careful. It seemed this person's guard was quite heavy. For you to follow us the entire way, don't you think that's a bit too unreasonable? Ning Chen appeared and looked at the white-robed man in front of him. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I'm just a bit worried. Those 12 people aren't good people. I'm worried you'll suffer. After all, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, said Luo Yang sincerely. Thank you for your concern. Although I'm not talented, it's enough to deal with these thieves, said Ning Chen calmly. It's Luo Yang's fault. I'll leave now. Luo Yang cupped his hands and left. They brushed past each other. In the instant their eyes met, there was no exchange of words between the two experts. As they brushed past each other, the ground between them split apart. An expert. Luo Yang's expression became even more grave. He didn't say anything else and left. Luo Yang left. Under the moonlight, the red-robed man disappeared. In the wilderness, 8 figures quickly rushed forward on their horses. Their black robes covered their bodies as they silently approached the 3 people in the distance. The pitch-black celestial horses were like lightning in the night sky. They were so fast that it was hard to recognize them. Everyone, your time is up. You should be on your way. Red light condensed and a death god descended. A dazzling blood-red sword appeared. The 8 people were startled, but they quickly recovered and no longer concealed their auras. Their battle spears pierced through the air as they joined hands to attack the person in front of them. The red-robed man's body moved in an instant. In the next instant, blood spurted into the air. It was a massacre without any resistance. The blood-red sword became even redder. How is this possible? Before they could figure out what had gone wrong, the 8 figures all fell, smashing into the ground. As the astral soul left his hand, a streak of light flashed past. On top of the Pegasus, the 4 crippled cultivators had their throats sealed. They were filled with unwillingness and confusion. It was a shocking scene. The top experts of the younger generation couldn't even last a single move. The 12 of them were all buried in the wilderness. The red-robed man put away his sword and his body faded once more. Perhaps the so-called younger generation was just a joke in the eyes of a life-knowing expert. Not long after the red-robed man left, white light condensed and Luo Yang appeared. He looked at the corpses on the ground. What a terrifying swordsman! Several hundred miles away, the red-robed man walked over with a gentle smile. There was no trace of him having just killed anyone. As soon as he sat down, a man gently hit him. "You're not obedient." Ning Chen was startled and then helplessly shook his head. It seemed it really wasn't easy to hide from a man. Just what was a sword aura? Since he couldn't figure it out, Ning Chen stopped thinking about it. He apologetically smiled. "Just this once." "Yes." A man once again chose to believe him. Just like in the past, she would believe whatever he said. Noisy. The 2 people's conversation disturbed the sound of her sleeping voice. The little girl squirmed a few times before she fell asleep again. "In the future, you can teach Yin or how to use the sword. After all, I haven't learned much of what Senior taught me." Ning Chen raised his hand and brushed the hair on the little girl's face as he said softly. "It's not easy to teach." A man moved her body so that the little girl could sleep more comfortably. "Take your time." Ning Chen nodded. This child really wasn't easy to teach. As soon as he saw her, she would run away. However, Yin was still at a playful age. It wasn't good to restrict her nature too much. He would teach her as much as he could. "What about Senior Tianyu's inheritance?" asked the man. "In the future, it will depend on Yin's own choice." "There's no need to force her," said Ning Chen. A man softly nodded and didn't say anything else. Under the night sky, Ning Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him and sighed. Yin had also grown up. She was almost as tall as a man. He had once been protected under Senior Zhang Sunhe's wings. Now it was time for him to protect the younger generation. The inheritance didn't allow for any excuses. The sky gradually brightened and Yin woke up. She groggily climbed out of the woman's embrace and raised her head. "What time is it?" "It's still early. Do you want to sleep a little longer?" A man raised her hand and rubbed the little girl's hair as she spoke softly. "I'm not sleeping. Little teacher's wife, can you teach me that move from yesterday?" asked Yin as she rubbed her eyes. "All right." Hearing that the girl wanted to learn the sword, a man nodded. She got up and walked to the empty space in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the original heart sword appeared once more. Yin moved to the side and hugged the person's arm. She attentively watched as the little teacher's wife taught the sword. A moment later, Yin seemed to have thought of something. She raised her head and asked, "Right, when I was asleep last night, did those people come looking for trouble again?" "No." Ning Chen shook his head. "Oh, I thought they were unwilling and would sneak attack us at night," smiled Yin. "In the end, there are more good people than bad people in this world. Perhaps they have repented." Ning Chen smiled. Chapter 700. On the starry sky road, there were thousands of floating cities. One after another, they were extremely dilapidated. Most of the heavenly cities built by ancient cultivators had gradually been abandoned. However, there were exceptions to everything. A few heavenly cities that had been passed down had extremely powerful stepping immortal experts overseeing them. As the news of the ancient battlefield spread, the heavenly cities once again became lively. Powerful cultivators could be seen coming and going, shocking everyone. Innate experts are as numerous as dogs. 3 disasters are everywhere. Seeing that even one person was stronger than her, Ener pouted and said in dissatisfaction. Bam! Ah man raised her hand and lightly hit the little girl's head. She said softly, "Don't speak nonsense." Ener covered her head, not daring to refute. She giggled, then hugged the arm of the woman beside her and tenderly said, "Teacher's wife, can you beat them?" Hearing that, Ah man took a glance at the surrounding people, nodded and said, "Yes." Ener's eyes lit up, then she laughed mischievously. No one knew what she was thinking. "Don't cause trouble, or else I'll ignore you." Ning Chen could tell that this girl was up to no good with a single glance. Humph! Ener wrinkled her nose and turned her head away, ignoring a certain person. "There's a lot more people," Ah man softly reminded. Ning Chen nodded. Indeed, there were a lot more people. When they first set out, not many people knew about the ancient battlefield. In a short few months, they met more and more cultivators, especially after they left the Red Phoenix starfield. Another one died. Just at that moment, cries of surprise rang out ahead. The pedestrians were in a mess and they all revealed shocked expressions. "How many is this already? Does no one care?" A young man said indignantly. "There's nothing we can do about it. Walking on this path, we can't hope for any rules. We can't afford to offend such a killing star." "Let's go," another slightly older man reminded, then quickly left. Seeing the pedestrians leaving one after another, Ener pulled a person over and asked, "Who's so arrogant? They dare to commit murder in broad daylight." "I don't know him. I only know that he's from the All-Heaven Starfield and his strength is extremely terrifying. Several people accidentally offended him and now they're all dead." There was lingering fear on the pedestrian's face. After he finished speaking, he quickly left. Ener looked at Ning Chen with a look of anticipation. "I promised Wild that unless I had no other choice, I wouldn't fight." Ning Chen refused without hesitation. "Little mistress." Ener shook the arm of the woman beside her and said in a tender voice. "No fighting." A man patted the little girl's head and spoke softly. "Let's go take a look." As Ener spoke, she dragged the former in the direction of the pedestrians. Seeing a man being dragged away, Ning Chen could only helplessly follow. Were all children at this age so difficult to control? Could it be that he was also like this in the eyes of his eldest grandson? Only the 3 of them walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. Driven by curiosity, the little girl pushed aside the people blocking her way and walked to the front of the crowd. Ning Chen followed behind, constantly smiling and apologizing to the passers-by. When the passers-by saw that it was just a young girl, they shook their heads helplessly and didn't make a fuss about it. In front of the passers-by, powerful true yuan fluctuations constantly fluctuated. Within Heaven City, ancient runes automatically awakened, protecting the city from being destroyed by the battle. In the midst of the flying boulders, a black-clothed young man stood alone. In his hand was a pitch-black spear that emitted bone-chilling killing intent. The surrounding air revolved, and the killing intent was oppressive. Around the man, less than half of the 10 men and women were still standing. Blood flowed from the ground, dyeing the ground red. Just as the 10 of them were about to die under the man's spear, an abnormally powerful aura suddenly descended from the distance. In the sky above the city, the sound of thunder suddenly rang out, and the wind and clouds rapidly changed. "This is a law enforcer." In the city, everyone was startled, but they soon recovered. Could it be that the rumors were true? That there really were law enforcers on this ancient road? In the next instant, a huge hand slammed down. Its power was unparalleled, and before the palm landed, the ground beneath the man disintegrated for no reason. The black-clothed man's eyes turned cold, and he soared into the sky with his spear. With a boom, he forcefully resisted the might of the heavens. Heaven and earth rumbled. The huge hand collapsed, and the wind and clouds rapidly scattered. However, at this moment, an azure-robed elder appeared in the sky. His corporeal realm cultivation base made it difficult for the younger generation's experts to breathe. Down below, Wild's body flashed with light, protecting the little girl and blocking the elder's pressure. To the side, Ning Chen calmly watched the battle without the slightest fluctuation in his expression. The law enforcer had appeared to enforce the law and punish the murderer in the city. He raised his hand in condensed yuan, slamming it down on the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man didn't dodge or evade. He faced the law enforcer head-on. Heaven and earth shook, and the battle reached a climax. The powerful black-clothed man was actually not at a disadvantage against a corporeal realm expert. Ning Chen, didn't that senior say a few days ago that there weren't any rules on this road? Asked Yin, tugging on the clothes of the person next to her. Rules are set by people. Perhaps the people who set the rules found it necessary to set more rules, or perhaps the law enforcers are just following their own judgment. In any case, absolute strength is the most important thing, said Ning Chen. Oh. Yin-er's attention was quickly drawn back to the battle in the sky. Can this person win? After watching for a while, Yin-er asked again. No. Ning Chen shook his head. There's not even a 10% chance, asked Yin-er. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. There's no need to talk about the difference in cultivation base. A difference of a major realm is an absolute disadvantage that cannot be ignored. Furthermore, although this person's battle experience is not bad, it's far from enough to make up for that huge difference. The most important thing when fighting across realms is to restrict your opponent's movements. Under normal circumstances, you need someone skilled in speed to coordinate with you. If you don't have that, the best choice is to use a divine weapon to fight in close combat. If you still can't do that, then the difference in cultivation base will be insurmountable. Then can you beat that old man? Asked Yin-er curiously. Heh. Ning Chen smiled, but didn't reply. Oh. That's not right. Last time in the Western Immortal World, didn't that extremely powerful senior defeat Mo Zhu and the Red One Realm Queen? Asked Yin-er, suddenly recalling that matter. Senior isn't on that list, said Ning Chen calmly. As the two of them spoke, the battle in the sky became even more intense. The difference in cultivation base gradually became apparent. The black-robed youth's spear-wielding hand began to bleed, drop by drop. Below, everyone was looking at the battle. Whether it was out of jealousy or something else, they all hoped that the enforcers would be able to kill this black-robed youth. Boom! Another world-shaking collision rang out. The azure-robed elder's palm had sent the black-robed youth flying, bringing forth a dazzling spray of blood. Final move. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The black-robed youth's body began to shine brightly, piercing through the heavens and earth. A power that surpassed the mortal realm rapidly rose, and a shocking pressure caused the world to change color. The instant he used this move, the aura within Ning Chen's body shook, resonating with him. Heavenly Book. Ning Chen suppressed his aura in shock. What's wrong? Sensing the change in Ning Chen's mood, a man looked over and asked. This person has the aura of a heavenly book, so he can't die. I have to protect him, said Ning Chen. Hearing this, a man nodded lightly and said, Go. In the sky, the martial arts of the heavenly book appeared. The wind and thunder changed, and a terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. Seeing this, the old man in green raised his true essence and gathered the power from all directions. His strongest move appeared in the world. Just at this moment, the wind and clouds changed. Numerous swords appeared out of nowhere, crisscrossing and dazzling. An expert. The two people's expressions both changed, and they hastily retreated. However, the sudden sword had no beginning or end. They had already lost the initiative, and the sword flashed past, sending the black-robed youth flying. The space shook, and a red-robed youth appeared. He respectfully bowed to the elder and said, "Senior Enforcer, we still don't know who was right and who was wrong in the previous battle. It won't be too late to pass judgment after we've figured out the reason. Otherwise, if we wrongly accuse a good person, wouldn't we have caused Senior's good intentions to backfire?" Looking at the red-robed youth, the azure-robed elder's expression became serious. What a terrifying youth. If that sword had truly been used to kill, even he would have found it difficult to escape unscathed. Had the younger generation already grown to such a level? How was that possible? What does this person have to do with you? The azure-robed elder suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. The youth in front of him had obviously given him enough face, so he couldn't be too aggressive. He has something that was lost by my sect. I'm here on my master's orders to take it back, Ning Chen casually said. The azure-robed elder narrowed his eyes, then nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll hand him over to you. Don't let him do evil." Junior thanks Senior Enforcer. Ning Chen respectfully bowed again and replied. I'm in Green Lotus City. If you pass by in the future, you can come and find me. After saying that, the azure-robed elder's figure dissipated and disappeared. After the enforcer left, the people below recovered from their shock. Looking at the red-robed youth walking down from the sky, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Who was this person? Even the enforcer had to give him some face. Brother, let's go. Ning Chen looked at the black-robed youth not far away and said. The black-robed youth's face was cold. He didn't say anything and followed. In the crowd, the four men and women's faces were extremely ugly. They wanted to seize the opportunity to attack, but they were afraid of the red-robed swordsman and didn't dare to act rashly. If the four of you want to seek justice or take revenge, I won't interfere. However, do everything within your capabilities. Revenge isn't urgent. That's all I have to say. See you in the future. Ning Chen said indifferently, then left with the three of them. Chapter 701. On the ancient starry sky path, Heaven City floated up and down. Outside the city, the two of them were chatting. Not far away, Man and Yin were quietly waiting. Speak. What is it? Lian Yu looked at the young man before him. Ning Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, Where did your heavenly book come from? Heavenly book. Lian Yu frowned and asked, What heavenly book? Hearing the former's reply, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the person in front of him silently. Lian Yu's expression turned serious. What's a heavenly book? Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and calmly said, Heavenly book is just a general term. The martial technique you used in the battle just now came from a heavenly book. After hearing this, Lian Yu frowned again. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, I accidentally obtained that move from a dangerous place. There is only one move, and the cultivation method is incomplete. I made up the missing part based on my own understanding. Lian Yu waved his hand and took out a jade slip. He indifferently said, I don't like to owe people favors. This technique is for you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Ning Chen received it and scanned it with his divine sense. He sternly said, Can you tell me where you obtained this technique? All Heaven Starfield, Immortal Burial Deadland. Lian Yu honestly replied. Ning Chen nodded. Let me remind you that those four people won't let this go. Hatred can make people go crazy. Thank you. Lian Yu responded, then turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Lian Yu's footsteps paused. He turned around and said indifferently, I'll also remind you that the immortal burial deadland is filled with danger. Don't rashly enter. After saying that, Lian Yu didn't stay any longer and left. Seeing this, Yin He ran over and asked, "He's leaving just like that?" Ning Chen took out a jade slip and handed it over. Reward. Yin He took the jade slip and scanned it with her divine sense. She curled her lips and handed it back. I don't understand. This technique is temporarily missing a part. Once I've made up for it, I'll teach you, said Ning Chen gently. Not far away, man walked over and asked, which one is it? I've already seen 9 of the 10 heavenly books. This technique is unprecedented. The answer is obvious, said Ning Chen. Divine heavenly book, said man softly. And, unfortunately, it's just a fragment. Ning Chen nodded. Among the 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes, life was the beginning, inaction was the end, and God was the most respected. It could be seen that the power of the divine scroll was one of the best even among the heavenly tomes. However, every heavenly tomes had at least 2 moves. In addition, there were also mental cultivation methods and moves that were compatible with other heavenly tomes. It was a pity that there was less than 1 move left in this heavenly tomes. The phoenix has an extreme young body. Can this scroll be cultivated? A man asked seriously. It's still unclear. Ning Chen shook his head and said, we can only see if it repels this body during cultivation. Is your main body still unable to sense it? Wild asked softly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, I haven't sensed anything yet. Originally, this heavenly book was most suitable for the original body to cultivate. However, ever since the chaos in Heaven's sanctum was resolved, there had been no news of the original body. It was indeed a troublesome matter. At the same time, Green Lotus City, one of the many heavenly cities on the Starry Sky Road. In the depths of the ancient city, old man Qing Lian stood quietly in an ordinary mansion. He looked at the Starry Sky Road in the distance as light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the void swirled and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. His cold face was dignified and noble, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Old man Qing Lian's expression froze when he saw the person who came. He immediately bowed and said, Tower Master. No need to be so polite. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. May I know why the Tower Master is here? Old man Qing Lian was puzzled. I was passing by this place. It's just on the way. The Dawn Moon Brothel's master replied and continued, I heard that you fought with Ning Chen. Old man Qing Lian was startled, but he quickly reacted and said, the red-clothed young swordsman that the Tower Master is talking about. He did take 1 move, but it was over. How was it? The Dawn Moon Tower Master asked. Old man Qing Lian hesitated for a moment before telling the truth, Tower Master, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but this person is not suitable to stay on this path. He has exceeded the limit by too much. If he has not violated the rules, no one has the right to drive him out of this Starry Sky Road, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. Old man Qing Lian sighed softly and said, although that is so, the existence of such a person is too destructive of the balance. I have already suggested that the age limit be lowered to 100 years. Otherwise, according to the previous plan of 60 years, these youngsters will not be able to stop him, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. Who is this person? How can he exceed the younger generation by so much? Old man Qing Lian was puzzled. The 9th son of Mo Gate. At this point, the Dawn Moon Tower Master paused for a moment before continuing, according to my calculations, Master Mo's death was caused by this person. Old man Qing Lian was shocked. How could this be? Master Mo was already infinitely close to the true realm, or even an expert who had entered the true realm. How could he die at the hands of a youngster who had not yet entered the void realm? There is no need to doubt it. This matter is indeed true. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly, aside from the fact that Master Mo was once heavily injured by a heaven speaker, this person was able to kill an expert comparable to the true realm. This is truly shocking. This is also the reason why I insist on lowering the age limit. Old man Qing Lian's expression changed again and again. After a long while, he said, Tower Master, the strongest experts of the younger generation are at most at the Void Realm. Even with the help of secret techniques, it is impossible for them to reach Master Mo's level. No one can stop this person's existence. It's fine. The Dawn Moon Tower Master shook her head and said, this person must have used many external items to be able to kill Master Mo. It is impossible for him to have such battle strength under normal circumstances. As long as those young experts do not force him into a corner, nothing will happen. Old man Qing Lian sighed and said, that's all we can do now. It's really hard to believe that a young man who has only cultivated for a few decades can possess such terrifying strength. Even those extremely talented young men can't be compared to him. The responsibilities they bear and the experiences they have grown up with are just different. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said indifferently, if the youngsters you speak of have to face us old monsters all day long and cannot win, then he and the people around him will die. I think that they will be able to grow faster. Of course, the prerequisite is that they are still alive and have not been driven mad by the pressure. Old man Qing Lian fell silent and did not say anything else. Remember, this person is not a bloodthirsty person. If no one takes the initiative to provoke him, he will not casually attack. If there are really blind people looking for trouble, then just kill them. There is no need for you to interfere. However, you must remember that once you discover that the two girls beside him are in any danger, you must immediately report back. We do not wish to see this road become a bloodbath, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said seriously. Yes. Old man Qing Lian suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed in response. 10 days later, at the ancient Starry Sky Road in Green Lotus City, at the intersection of the Red Luan, All Heaven, and Spirit Void Star Fields, Ning Chen brought Na Man along. Seeing more and more cultivators on the ancient Starry Sky Road, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that the news of the ancient battlefield had already spread. The road ahead might not be easy. There was only one quota for opening the ancient battlefield and obtaining the time restriction and other rewards. This also meant that everyone on this road would be a potential opponent. Apart from this, it was very likely that many young experts would not be interested in those three treasures. Instead, they would want to take the opportunity to compete with the younger generation of the All-Heaven Star Fields and verify their own Tao. On the side, was happily eating a tanghulu made from a string of cinnabar fruits. Wherever there were people, there would be merchants. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Ning Chen could only sigh with emotion. This was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. 3 cinnabar fruits and 10 immortal jades. It was frighteningly expensive. Only a glutton like would be willing to buy it. Do you want to eat it? Took another bite and placed the tanghulu in front of a certain person's mouth. Nope. Ning Chen helplessly shook his head. This time, he was truly unwilling to eat it. It was better to leave it all for this girl. Little mistress. Placed the tanghulu in front of Ah Man. Ah Man took a small bite and patted the little girl's head. All right, I won't eat it. You can eat it. Broke into a smile and continued to eat happily. Looking at the helpless expression of the person beside him, the man smiled. Now you know how to feel heartache. Celestial jades were even more precious than cultivation techniques to a certain extent. Using one meant one less, especially now that the celestial realm was about to collapse. However, cinnabar fruits were spirit fruits that were beneficial to cultivation. Although it was a bit expensive, it was still worth it. Not long after, a pavilion appeared in front of them. The decorations were gorgeous and luxurious. It looked extremely extraordinary. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, let's go in and take a look. Ah Man nodded and followed after him. Indifferently followed, looking left and right. As she ate, she was curious. Young master, what do you want? Asked a pretty woman who came up to him. Something to protect myself, replied Ning Chen. Young master, please follow me, said the woman respectfully. Ning Chen nodded. Then, he led the two people beside him and followed. Didn't understand and pulled on the woman's sleeve. Little mistress, why do you want to buy something to protect yourself? It's for you, said Ah Man softly. I don't need it. I'm already very strong. Waved her fist. Ah Man smiled and didn't say anything. On the second floor, the woman brought the three of them over. In front of a counter made of ink stone, an old man was currently carving something. Powerful spiritual chi fluctuations were faintly discernible on the counter. It was extremely shocking. Ning Chen's gaze swept over the counter and directly ignored all the items on display. He looked at the wooden sculpture in the old man's hand and said, I want this. How much is it? 4,000 immortal jades. No bargaining. The old man didn't even raise his head. When heard this, her little face shook. So expensive. Ah Man's eyes also flashed. It really wasn't cheap. However, this wooden sculpture was extraordinary. With it, would at least have some guarantee of safety. I want it. Ning Chen didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Chapter 702. In the pavilion, behind the inkstone counter, the old man was focused on carving the wooden sculpture in his hand. He never looked up. In front of him, Ning Chen stood quietly and waited patiently. He did not rush him. On the second floor, there were many customers coming and going. However, compared to the first floor, there were far fewer. Clearly, the price of the treasures on this floor was not something ordinary people could afford. Sizzle. Sizzle. Gradually, people stopped walking and looked at the wooden sculpture in the old man's hand. Their faces looked strange. Master. A young man dressed as a student looked at a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. The young man's eyes froze. He did not say anything. He just looked ahead quietly. Not far away, several young people in luxurious clothes also stopped in their tracks, a solemn look flashing in their eyes. The wooden sculpture was about to be completed. Many restrictive patterns appeared. Strange runes surrounded it. They slowly disappeared into the wooden sculpture. Let's go and take a look. The young man in luxurious clothes said. He then walked to the counter. When the student heard him, he quickly followed him. At the same time, a few young men not far away also walked forward. Shopkeeper, how much is this wooden sculpture? The young man in luxurious clothes asked. It's not for sale. The old man answered coldly. He threw the wooden sculpture to the young man in red and said, 3,000 celestial jades. Ning Chen took the wooden sculpture and waved his hand to give away the celestial jades. He calmly said, thank you. After that, Ning Chen gave the wooden sculpture to the little girl next to him. He softly said, take it and play with it. Don't let it leave your side. Took the wooden sculpture and looked at it. Her small face smiled like a blooming flower. It was dazzling. When the young men dressed in noble clothes saw this, they looked surprised. Such a precious treasure was being given to a little girl. Who was this young man? In front of the student, Qin Bai's expression also became serious. He was weighing the pros and cons. Let's go. Ning Chen did not care about their gazes. He walked down the stairs. Man held Er's hand and followed. Everyone watched as they left together. Go and find out who this person is, Qin Bai said. Yes. The student respectfully answered. Outside the pavilion, the three of them walked out. Ian held the wooden carving and gestured around, looking very happy. The wooden carving was of a young girl. Looking closely, she was no more than 16 or 17 years old. It was so lifelike that every strand of her hair could be seen clearly. Ning Chen, where are we going? After walking for a while and seeing that there were fewer and fewer people, Ian asked in confusion. To pay a visit to that senior law enforcer, Ning Chen replied. Are you really going? Ian wasn't too interested. One must be polite. Ning Chen patted the little girl's head and said. Ian pursed her lips. She didn't believe a single word. She looked at the woman beside her and asked coquettishly, Mistress, why did Ning Chen visit that enforcer? A man smiled and said softly, because doing so will save us a lot of trouble. Seeing the little girl's puzzled expression, a man patiently explained, some people have been following us. After we pay a visit to that senior law enforcer, if these people have any ideas, they will have to consider carefully. Oh. Only then did Ian understand. She wrinkled her nose at a certain someone. What did he mean by having manners? That was a lie. Ning Chen smiled helplessly. A man was truly becoming smarter and smarter. In the depths of the ancient city, old man Qing Lian was looking at the lotus blooming in the pond in front of him. His face was as calm as water without any ripples. Had it finally come? Junior Ning Chen requests an audience with senior law enforcer. Just at this moment, a respectful voice rang out from outside the residence, breaking the silence. Come in. Old man Qing Lian said. Many thanks, senior. A red-robed figure walked in. Behind him were two young women. They looked similar in age, but their temperaments were completely different. Seeing the two young women beside Ning Chen, old man Qing Lian couldn't conceal his emotions. That little girl was still all right. Although her talent wasn't bad, it couldn't be said to be shocking. However, the woman beside her was a bit terrifying. Her spirit heart was pure and flawless. She was a true peerless genius. For thousands of years, he had only heard of such a perfect martial art jade in legends. Senior law enforcer, Junior has disturbed you. Ning Chen walked forward and respectfully bowed. No need to be so polite. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? Asked old man Qing Lian. Ning Chen stood up and shook his head. He said, it was quite smooth. I passed by this city, so I came to visit you as promised. Old man Qing Lian nodded and said, Green Lotus City is one of the 49 sky cities along the way. I've been in charge of guarding this city for nearly 100 years. This time, the ancient battlefield has reappeared. Several star venerables and region masters hope that there will be someone in your generation who can open the ancient battlefield. Last time, when you protected that young man, you caused quite a stir. Be careful. Senior, thank you for your reminder. I'll keep it in mind. Ning Chen replied. Seeing the humble attitude of the young man in front of him, old man Qing Lian's expression softened a bit. He said, I know your strength is extraordinary, but the dangers you'll face on this road may be more than what you see now. In addition, some star venerables and region masters have begun to notice you. No matter what happens in the future, they don't want this road to be a dead end. Do you understand what I mean? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them, Ning Chen said. Hearing this, old man Qing Lian's eyes became serious. He said, it's not that the star venerables and region masters are forcing you, but your strength is not suitable for you to compete with these young people on this ancient road. The ancient battlefield is very important. I hope you can consider the overall situation and restrain yourself as much as possible. As I said, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. This is the biggest guarantee I can give. I can't give more than this, Ning Chen said seriously. Old man Qing Lian sighed softly and nodded. Of course, he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to have such a variable who exceeded the limit. I heard that there will be a grand meeting organized by the young generation in 10 days in the city. At that time, several supreme experts of the young generation from the heavens, spirit void, and red one-star areas will meet for the first time. This is a chance. I hope you can stay. You don't have to make friends with these people, but at least meet them. Maybe you can avoid some unnecessary conflicts in the future, old man Qin Lian said seriously. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he nodded. What the old man in front of him said probably represented the attitude of the star venerables and region masters behind him. It was just a grand meeting. There was no need to confront these old monsters directly. Old man Qin Lian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ning Chen had agreed. In fact, this lad was not someone who didn't know the importance of things. However, those gods' favored sons from various vital stars might not be the same. At that time, he would accompany this lad as a law enforcer. He hoped to use this opportunity to make some arrogant disciples of the great sects more cautious and not provoke this terrifying young man. He had to admit that the task assigned to him by the building master was really troublesome. After they finished talking about the serious matter, they talked about some unimportant things. After an hour, a woman dressed like a maid came and took Ning Chen and the other two to a room to rest temporarily. After listening to them talking nonsense for a long time, Er's patience had been exhausted. She hurried to follow them. In the west room, in a small courtyard with mottled bamboo shadows, the maid left after making arrangements for the three of them. As soon as the maid left, lay on the bed and heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "I'm so tired." Man went forward and pulled her up. She said softly, "It's time to practice swordsmanship." "I'm so tired today. Can I practice tomorrow?" Said with a bitter expression. "No." Man rubbed the little girl's hair and replied softly. Ning Chen did not say anything. He just smiled. He could not control this lad. It was up to Man. Soon, who had failed in her resistance, was taken out by Man to practice swordsmanship. Before she left, she pitifully asked someone for advice. Unfortunately, she was ignored. At the same time, in Green Lotus City, the news of the three of them visiting the law enforcers quickly spread to several young apex experts and attracted a lot of attention. In a mansion that he had bought temporarily, Qin Bai was quietly drinking wine and waiting for the news he wanted. "Young master, I found it." A young man who looked like a page quickly walked over and said respectfully, "A few days ago, that person seemed to have protected a killing star from the all-heaven star field from the Green Lotus law enforcers. At that time, many people saw it." "Oh." Qin Bai put down the wine cup in his hand and narrowed his eyes. "In that case, that person was related to the Green Lotus law enforcers." That was not strange. To be able to take out so many celestial jades at once, his identity was definitely not ordinary. It was very possible that he was an inner disciple of a top-notch sect. Similar scenes appeared all over Green Lotus City. The law enforcers rarely showed themselves on the starry sky ancient road. Now, someone had actually been received by the law enforcers. It was truly shocking. However, no one knew that the law enforcers had not received people who knew destiny because of their status or background. Instead, it was because of their strength that the star venerables and domain masters had no choice but to remind them and restrict them. In front of the lotus pond in the Green Lotus mansion, light gathered and an illusory figure appeared. He looked at the old man before him and asked, "How is it?" "Tower master," he agreed. Old man Qin Lian bowed and said. The illusory figure nodded and said, "When the time comes, go with him. Take the opportunity to teach those people a lesson. I have already done what I should do. If there are still people who are blind enough to provoke him, then don't bother. Living is luck, and death is fate." "Yes." Old man Qin Lian said respectfully. Oh, that's right. An old man has taken a liking to the girl beside him called the man. He wants to take her as his disciple. Remind Ning Chen to be careful. Even if he doesn't agree, he shouldn't confront that old man. I will think of a way to mediate between them and try to resolve this peacefully. After he finished speaking, the illusory figure turned into specks of light and disappeared. Old man Qin Lian bowed and sent him off. A serious expression flashed through his aged eyes. That girl had indeed attracted the attention of those people. Chapter 703. 10 days later, to the east of Green Lotus City, at the prodigy's grand gathering, the beauty of the lotus pond reflected the bustling scene. The fragrance of the lotus flowers permeated the air, intoxicating everyone. During the banquet, 4 figures were particularly eye-catching. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their powerful auras were faintly discernible. All of them had stepped into the treading celestial plane. In less than 100 years, he had stepped into the immortal treading realm. No matter what era he was in, he could be called a proud son of heaven, looking down on the younger generation. Among the 4 people, one was Luo Yang from the Red One Starfield. Another was Qin Bai from the Spirit Void Starfield, who had appeared in the E Pavilion. As for the other 2, they were both from the All Heaven Starfield. Their strength was unfathomable. The gathering of heaven's favorites made this grand event dazzling. Intentionally or unintentionally, the attention of many young experts was focused on the 4 of them, especially the only woman among the 4. Her fairy-like temperament attracted the attention of most people. Right when the grand event was at its most bustling, a black-clothed figure walked over with large strides from afar, and the baleful aura on his body was impossible to conceal. As soon as he appeared, it caused everyone to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Lian Yu. When the black-clothed man appeared, the eyes of the 2 young experts from the All-Heaven Starfield narrowed. He had actually also come. Qingyuan, Xian, how have you been? Asked Lian Yu calmly. The man named Qin Yuan's expression darkened slightly. He snorted coldly and ignored him. Not far away from the man, Shi Yan gently nodded in response. Lian Yu saw the reaction of the 2, but did not care in the slightest. He walked to an empty seat at the side, picked up a wine cup, and quietly drank. Feeling the weird atmosphere, Qin Bai lifted the corners of his lips. It looked like the grudge between these people was not as simple as it seemed. Qin Bai put down the wine cup in his hand and said, I've heard that the zither of the All-Heaven Starfield's fairy Xian is unparalleled. Might we be fortunate enough to witness it? Just then, everyone shifted their gaze to the fairy-like woman. Their faces were full of anticipation. Seeing everyone's gazes, Shi Yan gently nodded and said, I've embarrassed myself. The zither appeared, and the zither waves were boundless. It was mellow and pleasant to listen to. The grand yet gentle sound of the zither reverberated throughout the banquet. The lotus flowers swayed, echoing the celestial music. A zither without a sword. What a pity, Luo Yang said with a regretful expression. Leave the sword to me. Qin Bai stood up. He waved his hand. A glowing sword came out of its scabbard. Suddenly, the sword moved. A dragon came out of the sea. The beauty played the zither while the hero danced with the sword. Such a perfect match made people envious. When the sound of the zither and the sword dance reached their peak, the sword light suddenly paused, showing signs of stagnation. Qin Bai was shocked. Shi Yan stopped playing her instrument. Their chemistry was gone, so there was no need to continue. This aura, it's from a law enforcer. Everyone looked over and looked into the distance, their faces filled with shock. The space in front of them twisted, and a green figure appeared. His powerful aura shocked everyone present. When the law enforcers appeared, the shock on everyone's faces could not be concealed. Why would law enforcers appear here? Before everyone could recover from their shock, 3 figures walked over from not too far away. They were led by a red-robed figure. Their expression was calm and indifferent, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Behind Hong Yi, there were 2 young girls following behind her. They were equally stunning, and neither of them were inferior to Fairy Shi Yan, whom everyone admired. When the 3 of them arrived, everyone looked at each other. Other than shock, they were even more confused. "Greetings, Azure Lotus Enforcer." The young experts stood up and said respectfully. "No need to be so polite. I'm here to introduce you to a junior." After saying that, Elder Qin Lian looked at the red-robed young man and gestured for him to come over. Ning Chen had no choice but to step forward. It seemed that the old man had made up his mind to put a few layers of shackles on him. "This is Ning Chen," Elder Qin Lian said seriously. "He's a nephew of mine. He's only here to gain experience. Please take care of him in the future." After he said that, there was an uproar below. Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't this openly abusing his power for personal gain? Wasn't he telling everyone not to make things difficult for this person? "I'm Ning Chen. Greetings to everyone." Ning Chen knew that the old man had put in a lot of effort, so he did not want to embarrass him. He cupped his hands and bowed to everyone to show his courtesy. For the sake of the law enforcers, the young experts present all bowed back and did not make things difficult for him. Ning Chen looked at the old man next to him and smiled. He did not say anything. Then, he led a man Qin Bai to a seat on the side. "Law enforcer Qin Lian, please take a seat," Qin Bai said respectfully as he bowed. "There is no need. If I stay here, I will spoil your mood. I have completed my mission, so I will take my leave." After that, Elder Qin Lian looked at the young man in red sitting at the table. He sent a message to him and then disappeared. He left the gathering. This old man, Ning Chen, shook his head helplessly. If this continued, he would soon become famous on the ancient road of the stars. Not far away, Luo Yang frowned. He did not understand what had just happened. Based on his understanding of the young swordsman's power, there was no need for him to do something so unnecessary. He had been able to kill 8 strong cultivators who were at the peak of the Supremes. That was enough to make a name for himself on the ancient road of the stars. Why did he have to bear such a dishonorable reputation? Qin Bai stood up and walked forward with a cup of wine. He looked at the young man in red and said, "Brother Ning, I am Qin Bai. This is the second time we have met. Let me give you a toast." "You are welcome." Ning Chen smiled and raised his cup. He drank it all in one gulp and showed the empty cup to the person in front of him. "How refreshing." Qin Bai laughed and drank all the wine in his cup. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to his seat. One person started, and the rest followed. Some people raised their cups to show their friendliness. Ning Chen responded to them one by one. He was polite and courteous. He had completed his mission beautifully. After everyone else, Luo Yang also stood up and walked forward. He raised his cup and looked at the person in front of him. He asked seriously, "Why?" "No reason." They raised their cups and clinked them. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Now that I have a backer, it would be a waste not to use it." Luo Yang squinted his eyes. After a while, he looked away and walked back to his seat. He did not believe that this person was such a coward. After a short interlude, the atmosphere became strange. It was still lively, but everyone had their own thoughts. It was hard to tell what they were thinking. Not far away, Lian Yu drank cup after cup of wine. He sneered at everyone's behavior. He had personally taken that freak sword. He could more or less guess what the Green Lotus law enforcer was thinking. Favoritism? That was probably the case. However, it was for everyone's sake. Otherwise, they would all be killed by this terrifyingly strong young man. On the other side of the seat, Qing Yuan frowned again. He drank the wine in his cup and walked out of the seat. Not far away, Shi Yan squinted her eyes and said softly, Qing Yuan, don't be impulsive. It's fine. Qing Yuan replied and walked to the opposite side without stopping. Brother, how about a few moves? Qing Yuan looked at the person in front of him and said in an unfriendly tone. Beside Ning Chen, who was eating happily, heard someone provoking her. She immediately raised her head. Finally, he was not here to toast. I'm not good at martial arts. Sorry. Ning Chen smiled and replied. Cough cough. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl suddenly coughed violently. She choked on the water in her throat and her face turned red. Ah Man quickly patted the little girl's back and said softly, don't be so anxious. No one will snatch it from you. Hit the person who caused her to choke. It was all his fault. To be able to get law enforcers to accompany you here, brother's ability is not small. However, it's just a few moves. There's no need to be so afraid, said Qing Yuan aggressively. I'm really not good at martial arts. Why do you have to force me? There are many experts here. If you want to find someone to spar with, you can just choose someone else, said Ning Chen sincerely. Coward. Qing Yuan snorted coldly and walked away. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out. Before they could react, the initial heart sword appeared. Before they could react, the girl who had been taking care of the little girl had already arrived in front of them. Apologize. Ah Man looked at the person in front of her and said sternly. The light blue sword didn't have any killing intent. However, the bone-chilling coldness still made people tremble. The initial heart sword revealed one's true intentions. I don't have the habit of apologizing to a coward, said Qing Yuan coldly. Apologize. Said Ah Man again. I can't do that, said Qing Yuan coldly. As soon as he said that, the initial heart sword moved. The sword's sharp edge moved with the waves. In an instant, a gust of wind rose and water rippled across the sky. Qing Yuan's expression changed. He flipped his palm and condensed yuan to block the incoming sword. It really is good people who are bullied. Ning Chen put down his wine cup and indifferently said. He was just about to get up when the little girl pulled him back. Little teacher's wife told me to keep an eye on you. Don't fight. These people aren't those old monsters. You should rest for a bit. Little teacher's wife can handle them, said Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He was just about to stand up, but then he sat back down. Perhaps he really was nervous. The battle was extremely intense. The initial heart sword faced off against the peak experts of the younger generation. Light curled around the azure sword's edge. Each of the sword's moves suppressed the enemy. After exchanging several moves, Qing Yuan's expression became more and more grave. What a strange sword. Sitting down, Ning Chen held his wine cup, his gaze never leaving the battle. Although he believed in Ah Man's strength, battles were never won by the strong. Only the strong would win. The sword's edge cut through his clothes, bringing with it a trace of blood. The initial heart sword began to hum and shine brightly. Qing Yuan focused and dodged the sword. He condensed yuan in his palm and counterattacked. With a loud bang, the sword qi and palm force scattered in all directions. The remaining waves rushed toward the banquet table with astonishing power. Enough. Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the shockwaves. Ah Man, come back. Ah Man's figure flickered and he returned to Ning Chen's side. Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him. I promised Senior Qing Lian that I wouldn't casually fight with others. But that's not a reason for you to be impudent. My patience has always been limited. There won't be a next time. Ah Man, let's go. With that, Ning Chen walked out of the banquet. At this moment, a sword light left its master's hand and streaked through the air. Chapter 704. At the genius gathering, the sword light flashed and the sound of blood dripping could be heard. It was so soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. The sword could not be seen clearly. When they came back to their senses, Qin Yuan's right shoulder was dyed red. It was a shocking scene. They did not see where the sword came from. Only the dripping red told them what had just happened. Sitting at the table, Qin Bai was shocked. He looked at the sword on the table that had been unsheathed without him knowing. His eyes were full of disbelief. How could it be? The sword flew back. Its sharpness was restrained. It was silent as if it had never been unsheathed. Not far away, Shi Yan was the first to come back to her senses. She stood up and looked at the three who were about to leave. She said, "Friends, it was a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and have another drink?" "No need. People who walk different paths cannot work together." Ning Chen did not stop walking. After saying that, he walked away. Expert. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He put away the contempt he had just now. One could not judge a book by its cover. This time, he was wrong. In Qin Lian Mansion, seeing the three return, Elder Qin Lian was startled. He said, "Is it over? Why did you come back so quickly?" "No. We were just in a hurry, so we came back first to say goodbye to you, Elder Qin Lian." Ning Chen replied with a smile. "Is it that urgent?" Old man Qin Lian sighed softly and continued, "Then I won't keep you any longer. Remember what I told you. Even if you don't agree, don't confront that person head-on. Someone will deal with it for you. Perhaps we can resolve this matter peacefully." "I will remember," Elder Qin Lian said softly. Ning Chen replied lightly, and then he didn't say anything further. He bid farewell and left with the two of them. In an unknown void, in a palace, many illusory figures stood in the air. Everyone's aura was so powerful that it was shocking. It was beyond comprehension. Although they were just incarnations, they still caused the space in the palace to distort. "Where are they?" one of them asked. "Hong Wuan, All Heaven, and Spirit Void have just arrived at Green Lotus City. The Ziwei and Luojia Star Domains have just arrived at Emperor Return City." Another person spoke and replied. "It seems that most of them have already set off." "So far, the plan is going smoothly," a third person said. "The opening of the ancient battlefield is not an easy matter. Tell the enforcers to be careful. This time, there must not be any accidents," said another person. "I don't care about such matters. However, I want that little girl called a man by M.O. Gates' 9th disciple's side." An indifferent voice rang out. "Pure exquisite heart, an exceptional genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Shenji really knows how to pick disciples," said a woman coldly. "It's not up to you to tell me who I choose as my disciple," the figure called Divine Armament said coldly. "The two of you should stop arguing. Pavilion Master Dawn Moon, you've always been in charge of M.O. Gates' 9th disciple. We don't wish to see this unstable factor erupt at any time." The first person to speak sternly interrupted their argument. Amidst the crowd, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master who'd remained silent until now smiled indifferently and said, "I told you since the beginning that this kid isn't someone you can bully as you please. I'll say it again, no one is allowed to touch a man, otherwise, even I can't guarantee anything. A youngster who hasn't even stepped into the immortal realm is regarded so highly by the Pavilion Master. Isn't that a bit too much?" The woman frowned. "When have I ever looked highly upon a person? I'm just stating a fact. I'm sure everyone knows about M.O. Gates' abilities. He's definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. This time, regardless of whether he's truly dead or not, it's an undeniable fact that he's fallen into the hands of his disciple, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. M.O. Gates' master. Divine Armament narrowed his eyes. He really is a very difficult person to see through. It seems that I'll have to personally take a trip to the ancient path. I'll say it again. If anyone touches that girl of a man, I can't guarantee anything, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master coldly. Divine Armament, the ancient battlefield is extremely important. You can take a disciple at any time. There's no need to rush, said the eighth person. I know what I'm doing. Everyone, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure in the air dissipated and disappeared from the main hall. How troublesome. Dawn Moon Pavilion's master, does that girl with the pure heart already have a master? Why are you so sure that M.O. Gates' ninth son will definitely oppose this? The person who taught her the sword is M.O. Gates' ninth son's martial guide. He's the swordsman who appeared in the Western immortal world. He's the person that M.O. Gates' ninth son respects the most. So it's impossible for her to change her master, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. Then it'll be difficult, said someone. Kill her, said the 10th person. The atmosphere stiffened. Perhaps this was something that everyone had thought of, but this was the first time someone had brought it up. No one said anything. Everyone looked at the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master, waiting for an answer. Manager of the Spirit Void Starfield, have you already forgotten the lesson of the Nether Hall? Do you think you can stop that swordsman? Sneered the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. The first person's expression sank. He's the swordsman that appeared in the Western immortal world. Otherwise, do you think there would be a second person who would challenge the Nether Hall for no reason? Let me give you a word of advice. Although that swordsman doesn't seem to want to interfere with the growth of his junior, if someone really wants to kill him, I think the Nether Hall's example is the best lesson, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master. The manager of the Spirit Void Starfield fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. He knew better than anyone how strong M.O. Luotian was. Other than Xiao Bai, no one else had been able to exchange more than 100 blows with him in the past 100 years. According to what you've said, this child is truly troublesome, said the woman. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master smiled coldly. It's not that he's troublesome, but that we're the ones looking for trouble with him. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a wild wolf. Everyone, that's all I have to say. Take care. I'll take my leave first. With that, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master's figure gradually disappeared. On the second floor of the Dawn Moon restaurant, the bright room opened. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master walked out and headed downstairs. Hong Luan, come with me. Yes. On the high platform, the woman who was playing the zither respectfully replied. House master, are you going out again? The shopkeeper hurried forward and asked. Yes. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master nodded. Send all the guests away. Before I return, the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master will not receive any guests. The manager had no choice but to agree. He was already used to the strange request of his master. When others did business, they were afraid that they would not receive any guests. Yet, they had to drive their guests away again and again. Not long after, the two of them left the restaurant and headed out of Jinxi City. Master, did something happen to young Master Ning and the others? Hong Luan asked with a worried expression. Yes and no. The Dawn Moon Tower's master shook her head and said, it doesn't matter if something happens to that Ning Chen or if he's injured. What I'm worried about is that the two girls by his side will be implicated. That's the most terrifying thing. A crazy phoenix and a heavenly demon will destroy the entire ancient Star Road. Why do good people always have bad karma? Young Master Ning and Yin have never offended anyone, but they are always in trouble, Hong Luan said sadly. Because the tree may wish for peace, but the wind will not stop. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master looked into the distance and said indifferently, there are gains and losses. What he wants is something that has never existed since ancient times. Thus, he will have to endure hardships that no one has ever endured before. On the ancient starry sky road, the three of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. Ning Chen looked at the space that was constantly distorting and narrowed his eyes. Since you're here, show yourself. The ninth son of Mahist sect, He. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rumbled in the sky. From the cracked space, an abnormally terrifying figure walked out. He was stronger than any opponent he had faced in the past, causing people to feel fear from the depths of their hearts. Junior Ning Chen greets Senior Shen Ji. Ning Chen bowed and greeted politely. Since you know my identity, you should also know why I'm here. Tell me your decision, said Shen Ji coldly. I'm sorry, but Ah Man already has a master and can't take Senior as her master, said Ning Chen calmly. Oh. A light flashed through Shen Ji's eyes. He looked at the girl beside Ning Chen and asked, is his words your answer? I'll listen to him, said Ah Man softly. Ha. Shen Ji smiled indifferently. His expression turned cold. What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword glowing with purple light descended from the sky. In an instant, a divine aura spread out, and the surrounding floating islands were reduced to ashes. Retreat. Ning Chen's expression turned serious as he spoke. Ah Man nodded and pulled out of the battle. This is the purple firmament sword. I heard you were good with swords, so I'll use my sword to show you what it means by there's always someone better than you. Shen Ji's figure descended. The moment he held the sword, his entire body emitted a dazzling purple light. He suppressed his cultivation and condensed it to the peak of the emptiness realm. He had the dignity of a supreme expert of the star field. Ning Chen waved his hand and his astral soul appeared. In an instant, a red light soared into the sky. With the help of the 4 divisions, he returned to his ancestral state. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, dazzling to the eye. His blood sword shone against the supreme expert of the star field. Please. With a single word, Shen Ji instantly moved. His astral soul illuminated the sky and his sword pierced through the sky. The purple firmament sword responded. With a clang, sword light flashed in all directions. It was a battle of sword skills and experience. Amidst the dazzling light, there was no mercy. In the distance, Ah Man's expression turned serious. This was a true realm expert. He was different from all the opponents she had encountered before. In the battle, the 2 swords clashed fiercely. The sword light cut through the floating islands one after another. The terrifying sword light destroyed everything in sight. It was beyond imagination. It was an unyielding resistance. It was the coldness of a supreme expert of the star field teaching a junior a lesson. With a loud bang, the 2 swords clashed once again. Shen Ji's sword aura changed. He took strange steps and his body turned into a flowing shadow. The 2 swords no longer clashed head-on. Excellent sword skills. Unfortunately, your foundation is too weak. Shen Ji said coldly. He did not dodge and directly grabbed the sword in Shen Ji's hand. Chapter 705. On the ancient road of the star field, on the rugged floating islands, knowing destiny and Shen Ji clashed with their swords. Shen Ji's palm shook the sky, not fearing the sharpness of the divine weapon. He forcefully grabbed the sword in Ning Cheng's hand. Changing hands. The moment the palm and sword clashed, Ning Cheng's astral soul changed direction. A cold light broke through the air, slashing toward Shen Ji's hand. Wind and thunder appeared on Shen Ji's palm, blocking the sword light. Then, he pushed his palm forward, slapping towards Ning Cheng's chest. White rainbow. When the palm arrived, red dress moved instantly, dodging the palm energy. White rainbow appeared, and the soft sword wrapped around Ning Cheng's arm. One sword trapped the enemy, while the other slashed down. It was cold and murderous, breaking the sky and mountains. A strange look flashed in Shinji's eyes. He waved the purple cloud in his hand to meet the heaven-breaking sword. With a loud boom, heaven and earth were in chaos. Boundless raging currents surged. The floating island under the two suddenly shattered. Broken rocks flew everywhere, filling the sky. Sword, returning to truth. In an instant, the wind blew. The sword light shone brightly, condensing into one and piercing through the air. 9 stars disk, setting the sky with fire. Shinji's sword spun. Above the starry sky, 9 stars shook. Lightning connected, and the divine might shook the world. When the swords collided, the aftershock shook the sky. Red Dress took half a step back, but the sword did not stop. She passed by in an instant. The two swords exchanged hands, and the astral soul split the sky. The attack was like a flood. Each sword was faster than the previous, and each sword was heavier than the previous. It was a shocking attack. The moment she held the sword, she did not show any mercy. A lifetime of tasting blood, no regrets, only the sword, life and death. On the floating island, Red Dress moved faster and faster. The sword in her hand also moved faster and faster. The unyielding phoenix, facing the strongest of the star field, was still unwilling to bow down. As long as the sword was in her hand, she would continue on this path. Why was she so persistent? After letting go, the road ahead would not be so difficult. Why was the sword tip red? If they had not met back then, the fate of fate would not have left a scar in the depths of her heart. Why? Why? The sound of the sword seemed to be asking, from the 5 tribulations to the 3 disasters, from the prime to the celestial treading realm, from the leader of a sect to the leader of a region, the endless tribulations in this life, when would she reach the end? His red robes fluttered, and his figure did not stop for even a moment. The determination in his eyes was just like before, never wavering for even a moment. The sonorous sound of the sword was accompanied by the rustling of the wind. The sword intent of the going without regrets sword grew stronger and stronger. In the starry sky, it was as bright as the stars in the sky. A glint flashed across Shinji's eyes when he sensed the sword will from the former's body growing stronger and stronger. He waved his sword to shake off the battle. Immediately, he flipped his palm and slashed across the blade of his sword. The purple light around his body rose to the extreme and a torrent of undercurrents spread out. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He took a step forward, and the sword flow around him soared into the sky. It was magnificent, and it lit up the starry sky. Nirvana. The sword light coiled and transformed. The shocking sword cut through the starry sky and arrived before Shinji in an instant. The sword that had surpassed the limits of the plane was so dazzling. Divine Armament's eyes shone with a strange light. Purple clouds went up to meet the peerless sword head-on. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering tremor. The sword light in the sky dissipated and the strongest in a purple battle suit walked out. His aura was as vast as the starry sky. Shinji waved his hand and put away his sword. He looked at the red-robed young man in front of him with admiration. The waning moon brothel's evaluation was indeed true. Apart from the old monsters like them, this young man was the strongest in the world. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Ning Chen put away his sword and said respectfully. I didn't let you win. If you can force me to use the power that surpasses the emptiness realm, then you win, Shinji said calmly. Senior Shinji, I'm not even a tenth of your power. If you hadn't suppressed your cultivation, I wouldn't have had the slightest chance of winning. Ning Chen's attitude was still respectful. Ninth disciple of the Mahist sect, it's not luck that you've been able to live until today, Shinji said indifferently. There was no sarcasm in his tone. Being able to live was a skill. Even a peerless genius would be useless if he couldn't grow up. Therefore, being able to live was a real skill. Senior, thank you for your praise. Ning Chen replied. Unfortunately, your talent is too lacking. You won't be able to learn my skills. After saying this, Shen Ji looked at the two people walking over from the distance. He said, think about it carefully. Being able to learn martial arts from me is something that others can't even dream of. That little girl's talent is rarely seen in 1,000 years. If she comes with me, it won't be a delusion for her to reach the 4th level in the future. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the two of them. He fell silent. Your fate is filled with calamities. If she follows you, she will only suffer together with you. I can tell you seriously that you've overdrawn too much of your life's potential to reach your current level. Although talent isn't absolute, to a certain extent, it already determines a person's upper limit. Her future is limitless. As for you, you're about to reach your end, Shen Ji said calmly. Hearing this, Ning Chen became even more silent. He didn't say anything. Let her go. Shen Ji looked at the young man in front of him and said seriously. If it's really because of the matter of inheriting my master, I can take a step back. It's fine if I don't accept the title of master. I have no children in my life, so I'll take this girl as my adopted daughter and let her receive all my inheritance, Shen Ji said seriously. At this moment, in the distant sky, the Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the two people on the floating island and sighed softly. It seemed that she didn't need to intervene. Tower Master, is what that senior said true? Hong Luan was shocked. Yes. The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and sighed. Ning Chen's talent wasn't suitable to learn martial arts in the first place. He's about to reach his limit now. But Hong Luan was startled and said anxiously. This is the will of heaven. The Dawn Moon Tower Master raised her hand and interrupted her. Do you know why he still can't break through to the Xiantian realm? This is the reason. Treading into immortality is different from the Xiantian and Hotian realms. If one isn't chosen by the heavens, no matter how hard they work, it's hard to advance. But that Miss Man is different. A pure exquisite heart is hard to find in 1,000 years. As long as she's willing to cultivate diligently, there will be a day when everyone will look up to her, including Ning Chen. Hong Luan's face filled with sorrow. Why is the heavens always so unfair to him? Wrong. The Dawn Moon Tower Master shook her head and said, it's not that it's unfair. It's because he's not suitable to walk this path. With his intelligence and wisdom, it's easy for him to be conferred the title of Marquis in the human world. But he chose to walk the path of cultivation. To be honest, he's already done very well, better than expected. But, the Dawn Moon Tower Master didn't finish the rest of her words. As a supreme, his true strength was comparable to that of a treading immortal. Such a terrifying young man was the only one in the human world. He originally thought that this child could break through the will of heaven, but now it seemed that hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. If he didn't enter the treading immortal realm, then he and that Miss Man would be people of two different worlds sooner or later. In fact, by keeping Man by his side, he had already restricted her growth to a large extent. Although it was cruel, it was the truth. In the distance, on a floating island, Man walked over with her. Looking at the silent Ning Chen, a trace of inexplicable uneasiness arose in her heart. Ning Chen turned around and forced a smile. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he said, Man, I've lost. Man was startled and tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. Didn't understand, but she also felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. She held the girl's hand tightly and refused to let go. 100 years. Shen Ji sighed. Man, come with me. Whether or not you become my disciple isn't important. In just 100 years, there won't be any place you can't go. I'm not going. Man shook her head. Tears flowed out of her eyes. If you stay, how far can you go with him? 10 years, 100 years, or even 500 years. If you stay by his side, he'll have to be careful at all times. He'll be heavily restricted, and your growth will also be affected by him. It'll be a waste of time. Your paths have always been different. If you forcefully travel together, you'll only restrict each other. It won't be good for either of you, said Shinji. Man's body trembled and she unconsciously reached out to grab the person's hand. However, when she touched his hand, she felt an indescribable coldness. It was a coldness that was constantly trembling. So he was also in pain. Little teacher's wife. Een tightly held on to Man's arm, tears welling up in her eyes. Man raised her hand to wipe off the tears on the little girl's face, and then she revealed a warm smile on her beautiful face. She said, Een take good care of your master from today onward. I won't. Hearing this, Een hands clenched even tighter, refusing to let go no matter what. In 100 years, will you wait for me? Man looked at the person in front of her with a teary smile. 100 years later, what was life or death? It was difficult to make such a promise. Ning Chen's hand trembled. He wanted to reply, but he couldn't say another word. If you don't reply, I'll take it as you agreeing. Man smiled sweetly. She finally chose to let go of his hand. Ning Chen reached out to grab it. However, the only thing that fell into his hand was a teardrop. It was like a pearl, sparkling and translucent. Mo Gates' ninth disciple, you've made me have a whole new level of respect for you. Shinji looked at the red-robed young man on the floating island, and a look of respect flashed across his eyes. Letting go was easier said than done. Perhaps 100 years later, they really would be people from two different worlds. One would fall into the dust, while the other would stand in the sky. However, such a person would perhaps be a precious memory for man. The void gradually closed, and the figure that could no longer be seen completely disappeared. In the distance, the waning moon tower's master who witnessed this scene sighed in her heart. She said softly, it was difficult to meet and difficult to part. Mo Gates' ninth disciple, this is the first time I hope that my judgment is wrong. The path of cultivation was difficult. Who would be willing to give up the little warmth left by their side? Only they could deeply understand this loneliness. This person made the most correct choice, but it was also the cruelest choice to himself. A moment later, the void swirled. The waning moon tower's master left with Hongluan and disappeared. Ning Chen. Een pulled the person beside her. Her teary eyes were filled with worry. She knew clearly that the departure of her mistress was definitely a big blow to Ning Chen. I'm fine. Ning Chen forced a smile. He patted her head and said, let's go. After speaking, Ning Chen didn't say anything else and walked forward with her. The two of them gradually went further away. However, for the first time, the red-robed figure didn't stand so straight. It turned out that even the strong-willed knowing destiny state would feel tired and painful one day. Chapter 706. On the ancient starry sky path, the 49 heavenly cities rose and fell. 1,000 geniuses walked out of their life stars and stepped onto the immortal treading road that had existed since ancient times. It was unknown where the ancient battlefield was, but it spanned millions of miles. It was boundless and immeasurable. 1,000 geniuses competed to become the only one. A glorious era had begun. The first round was the cruelty of the victor. In the all-heaven starfield's immortal graveyard, two people who had left the ancient starry sky path walked over. The person leading them was wearing blood-red clothes. Een don't leave my side after we enter, said Ning Chen softly. Okay. Een nodded, tightly grabbing his clothes. The next moment, the two of them entered the forbidden land. Gray light lingered around them, enveloping them. When the two of them entered the forbidden land, the heavenly geniuses' competition on the ancient starry sky path had already reached its climax. There were monstrous geniuses from the large sects who walked over the corpses of others. Fairy Shi Yan displayed her world-shaking ability for the first time. With a single song, she was unrivaled. At the same time, the white-clothed Luo Yang revealed his ability. He defeated 7 immortal treading experts by himself, shaking the starry sky. On the ancient starry sky path, the peak experts of the younger generation all began to reveal their abilities. Many previously unknown youths suddenly appeared, shocking the world. In this glorious era, 1,000 geniuses competed against each other. One after another, the peak experts revealed their astonishing strength, making the older generation feel pressured. In an unknown region, in a majestic palace, one figure after another appeared. The existences that stood at the apex of the starfield had gathered once more. The plan is going smoothly. The people that everyone thought highly of have already revealed their abilities. Presumably, the candidate will appear among them, said one person. I've heard that there's a youth called Yan Yintian with astonishing strength. What's his origin? Asked another person. He's from my Z-Way starfield. He's the current master of the 7 Kills Palace. He's someone with great luck, and his future is limitless, said the leader of the Z-Way starfield. Oh. Master of 7 Kills? Then the other 3 palace masters should also be here, asked Shinji. I'm not sure. I've only heard that he came to the ancient starry sky path, replied the leader of the Z-Way starfield. Greed, 7 murders, army destroyer. These 3 palace masters are indeed worth looking forward to. Right, is there any news about Mo Gate's 9th son? Asked a woman. No. Ever since he left Green Lotus City, it seems that no one has seen him again, answered the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. Strange, Waning Moon Tower Master, you have no news either. The woman asked again. He has already left the ancient starry sky path, the Dawn Moon Brothel Master said calmly. Leave? Why? The woman was puzzled. I'm not sure. Haven't you all been hoping for him to leave? The Dawn Moon Tower's master said indifferently. Forget it. Since he's already left, let's not bother about him anymore. Other than Yan Yintian, are there any other young experts worth paying attention to? Asked the person who spoke first. Yes. The person in charge of the Z-Way Star Zone nodded and said, a few youngsters that we've never heard of have appeared. Their cultivation levels aren't extraordinary, and they're basically all in the consummate level. However, their battle prowess is quite astonishing. Even treading immortals were defeated. When everyone heard this, they frowned slightly. Why was there another young expert who could go against the flow and slay immortals? How many of them? Exactly how strong are they? Asked the woman. So far, 3 have appeared. Although the strength they've displayed so far is not as frightening as Mo Gate's 9th son, it is definitely enough to match the other young experts, said the person in charge of the Z-Way Star Zone. It's truly strange. Why would so many unexpected young experts appear? Dawn Moon Tower's master, your heaven expansion technique is unparalleled in the world. Do you know where those people came from? Asked the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. The Dawn Moon Tower's master shook her head and said, I don't. We've waited for 1,000 years. Now that the ancient battlefield has appeared with great difficulty, we absolutely cannot allow any mishaps to happen. Everyone, remember, you must not be careless. Enough, return to your work, reminded the person who spoke first. Amen, everyone nodded. After a short moment, they disappeared and left in succession. Shinji. Before leaving, the Dawn Moon Tower's master looked to the figure not far away and said, Is that lady a man doing well? Hearing that, light flashed through Shinji's eyes. He nodded and said, Everything is fine. Don't worry, Tower Master. Since I've taken her away, I will definitely nurture her with all my might. It's not that I'm being overly suspicious. Shinji, regardless of the situation, nothing must happen to that little girl. Otherwise, who knows what the ninth son of Mo Gate, who has sunk into madness, will do. According to what I know, the immortal slaying sword from the eastern immortal realm is very possibly in his hands. Perhaps that is the greatest reason for Master Mo's death, said the Dawn Moon Tower's master. Immortal slaying sword. Shenji narrowed his eyes and said, in that case, 3 of the 4 immortal swords have already appeared. The Dawn Moon Tower's master nodded and said, when the 4 great immortal realms collapsed, the 4 immortal swords all disappeared. Now that 3 of the 4 immortal swords have appeared, the last immortal sword will likely appear soon. I just don't know if the last immortal sword will be as damaged as the other 3, said Shenji. Who can guess the will of heaven and earth? Unfortunately, that heaven speaker has already fallen on the heavenly speech peak. Otherwise, he should know a thing or two, sighed the Dawn Moon Tower's master. Heavenly speech. A regretful expression appeared on Shenji's face. He didn't say anything else and disappeared from the hall. The Dawn Moon Tower's master lightly shook her head and also left. Time passed day after day on the starry sky path. In the blink of an eye, half a year had already passed. On the ancient paths, outstanding geniuses would appear from time to time and their names would shake the starry sky. Gradually, everyone forgot about the magnificence of that person's sword at Green Lotus City's Heavenly Genius Banquet, except for Qin Yuan. In a simple and vast heavenly city, Qin Yuan looked at the heavenly pillar that reached into the starry sky. A trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. Originally, that person's name should also be on it. Let's go. That person might have already left, said Shi Yan as she walked forward. I don't understand. His appearance and departure were all strange. Back then, the enforcers of Green Lotus appeared with him. Now it seems that there's definitely something we don't know about, said Qin Yuan. Back then, you were the one who disliked him the most. Now, you're still the one who's sighing for him. Qin Yuan, I can't understand you more and more, said Shi Yan seriously. I only admire experts, not trash who rely on the protection of their ancestors. That person's sword is worthy of respect, said Qin Yuan calmly. Shi Yan was silent for a moment before she said, there's news. Right now, several people are looking for him. One is the Ziwei Starfield's Yan Yintian, the other is the Hongluan Starfield's Princess Hongluan. As for the others, their identities are unknown. Oh. A strange light flashed through Qin Yuan's eyes. Why are they looking for him? It doesn't seem like a good thing. It's more likely that they're looking for revenge, said Shi Yan. Revenge? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Let them be. Let's go. Let's continue. After saying that, Qin Yuan didn't say anything else and just walked forward. Seeking revenge. That also required staying alive. He didn't know how strong Yan Yintian and Princess Hongluan were, but he knew that the red-robed swordsman was terrifyingly strong. In the Heavenly Mist Starfield, a starfield adjacent to the Ziwei Starfield, there was an ancient city in front of a starfield. A black-robed, white-haired devil cultivator was quietly standing there, looking at the dazzling name carved on the heavenly pillar. Yan Yintian. Beside the white-haired devil cultivator, a gentle and beautiful woman's eyes flashed. She asked, what are you planning to do? Find him and kill him. The white-haired devil cultivator coldly said. I haven't heard any news about Ning Chen in a long time. Did he withdraw? Luofei asked, puzzled. Impossible. Xia Zi shook his head and indifferently said, one of the 3 rewards for opening the ancient battlefield is the time restriction. As long as he doesn't die, it's impossible for him to give it up. Did something happen to him? Luofei's expression sank, a bit worried. I'm not sure. Xia Zi looked into the distance and said, last time, he risked his life to save you. This time, it's our turn to repay him. Let's go. Luofei nodded and stepped forward to follow. As the two were on their way, in the starry sky far away, Yan Yintian, who was wearing a rainbow-colored divine armor, was riding a heavenly divine war chariot. Suddenly, his body shook and his eyes sank. In front of him, a man in a black and white cloak was sitting on a huge rock. The snow sword in his hand was facing the wind and frost alone. The swordsman's face was beautiful to the point of being devilish. He blocked the way with a single sword and killed the 7 Kills palace lord. "Who are you?" Yan Yintian asked. "Passerby." Mu Qianshang walked down from the huge rock and calmly said, "Come, let's not talk nonsense. I still need to hurry after finishing my business." The moment he said that, the snow sword glowed. Before he could react, the sword realm sealed 100 miles. The sword was like a brush and ink, instantly forming mountains and rivers. A heavenly waterfall hung on the mountain like an inverted white light. Yan Yintian had never seen such a sword before. He flipped his palm to meet it head-on, but an unbearable force came and his feet slid several meters away. Courting death. Yan Yintian's face sank. He waved his hand and a divine halberd appeared. A whirlwind broke through the waves, and the mountains and rivers in front of him collapsed. Hard horn, that kid was right. Mu Qianshang's figure flashed by, the sword tip was brilliant. The entire waterfall fell, and the raging waves drowned the mountains and rivers' sword realm. When Yan Yintian saw this, he took a step forward and his halberd broke through the sky, going against the waterfall. With a loud explosion, the mountain collapsed and the entire mountain and river sword realm collapsed. Sword chi and halberd light spread in all directions, cutting apart the world. Ugh! Blood splashed out as he was forced back several steps. Mu Qianshang crashed into a huge rock and vomited a mouthful of blood. "With this kind of strength, you dare to block me? You overestimate yourself." Mu Qianshang coldly snorted and waved his halberd. "Sorry, I lied to you." At this moment, the originally heavily injured Mu Qianshang grinned and moved 30 meters away. There was a violent tremor, and the boulder collapsed. A terrifying arrow shot toward him, piercing through his body. Ugh! Yan Yintian groaned. Before he died, he made his most instinctive reaction. He took a step forward and flew into the heavenly divine war chariot. Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed. He wanted to chase, but it was too late. What a pity. What's there to pity? That brat Ning Chen already said that this person has many treasures on him. How could he die so easily? Luo Xingchen walked over. That arrow of yours missed too much. Wouldn't it have been fine if it had pierced through his head? Mu Qianshang looked at the newcomer with dissatisfaction. Luo Xingchen looked at the former for a moment before walking away. Actually, I wanted to give you an arrow. Chapter 707. In the immortal graveyard, a chilly wind howled. Countless white bones were everywhere, making one's hair stand on end. Birds flew past and fell from the sky in less than a few breaths, unable to spread their wings. In the chilly wind, a red-clothed figure walked over, followed by a pretty girl. Her beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity and nervousness from time to time. The spirited girl had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. However, in this scary place, she still couldn't help but pull on the person beside her to calm her down. Ning Chen released his divine sense, guarding against any danger that might come at any time. He had inquired about the legends of the immortal graveyard for a long time before entering, so he more or less had some understanding. This was a forbidden land for life, similar to the demonic we'll see in the machine realm. Not many people who entered could walk out alive. He wasn't someone who liked to gamble, but he had no choice. What Shen Ji said wasn't a lie. Ever since he reached the Great Perfection realm, he clearly felt that his cultivation had stagnated. Even though he had obtained part of Qi Huan, Lulua, and Xiang Yuan's cultivation, he still couldn't break through the Xiantian limit. Now, the opponents he faced were getting stronger and stronger. If he didn't enter the immortal treading realm, it would be difficult for him to move forward. The divine scroll might be an opportunity. Among the 10 heavenly tomes, the gods were the most respected. The scroll's power was self-evident. If he could borrow the power of the divine scroll, it might help him break through the barrier before the immortal treading realm. It wasn't definite, but it was his only way now. If there was hope, it was worth a try. Clang! Clang! Deep into the immortal graveyard, the space in front of them suddenly twisted. A chilly wind blew, blowing up dust and sand. Yin-Er's body quivered, and she pulled on the person beside her tightly. But in front of them, tens of thousands of Yin soldiers appeared. They were covered in iron armor, and their footsteps were neat and uniform, shocking the soul. Ning Chen pulled the girl behind him, and his eyes looked forward, a trace of seriousness flashing in them. It was Yin soldiers again. Once or twice was a coincidence, but more than 3 times was worth thinking about. In ancient times, the underworld had an army of Yin soldiers, but the underworld had been destroyed. Where did these Yin soldiers come from? The Yin soldiers passed by, and soon disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they came from, and where they went. Are they ghosts? Yin-Er stuck her head out, and asked in fear. No. Ning Chen shook his head, and said softly, let's go. Those things are ominous. It's best not to come into contact with them. Yin-Er nodded obediently. The two of them continued to move forward. The terrain of the impasse gradually rose. Clearly, the depths of the immortal burial impasse were not flat plains. After crossing the mountains and rivers, a huge valley appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. On the mountain, black trees were faintly discernible. They were filled with a deathly aura, causing people to tremble in fear. Gua gua. Suddenly, Ning Chen heard the cawing of the black crows. There were signs of living creatures in the dead land, which made Ning Chen's face even more solemn. Vermilion fruit. Passing through the black trees, Yin-Er saw a red fruit growing on a spiritual tree. She cried out in surprise and extended her hand to pluck it. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately pulled the little girl back and said, "You can't touch her." Finishing his words, Ning Chen took out a small piece of silver and waved his hand to insert it into the red fruit. The silver that was embedded in the fruit quickly decayed, turning into black liquid and dripping onto the ground. Yin-Er's eyes widened. How vicious. It really is the vermilion fruit. I've even eaten it before, Yin said in confusion. It grew in a different environment, so it was corroded by Yin Qi. Ning Chen looked at the vermilion fruits not far away and explained. Oh. Yin-Er responded with some lingering fear. Fortunately, Ning Chen had reminded her, otherwise, she would have been poisoned to death. Let's go pick some fruits. Ning Chen said as he walked towards the spirit tree at the side. Ah! Before Yin-Er could react, she was pulled away by Ning Chen. Isn't it poisonous? Why are you picking it? To give it to someone. Ning Chen calmly replied. In front of the spiritual tree, blood-red vermilion fruits were hanging upside down. They looked extremely tempting. If one didn't open them, it would be hard for anyone to tell that these beautiful fruits were actually extremely poisonous. Ning Chen took out a green cauldron and threw all the fruits inside before sealing them. Yin-Er watched from the side. Her previously good appetite had completely disappeared. With her understanding of Ning Chen, someone else was about to be unlucky. After putting away all the vermilion fruits, Ning Chen looked down at the valley and said, "Let's go. Let's continue on our way." The path down the mountain was rugged and difficult to walk. Following beside Ning Chen, Yin-Er's fear gradually lessened. While walking, she curiously looked left and right. She had heard of the forbidden land of life when she was very young. Grandpa Swordmaster had said that this forbidden land formed by heaven and earth was different from the outside world. Some things had changed over the years and were already different from the past. Caw caw. The cawing of the black crows rang out once more. Not far away, Ning Chen brought and quickly rushed in the direction of the cawing. Someone arrived, and the black crows scattered in all directions. On the ground, one could barely make out the original appearance of the corpse. It was a monster that looked like a tiger, but was not a tiger, and looked like a leopard, but was not a leopard. It had fangs and scales, and looked extremely ugly. What is this? Pinched her nose and asked. A monster, Ning Chen casually replied. I also know it's a monster. What kind of monster is it? I don't know. Ning Chen straightforwardly replied. Paused, unable to say anything. Ning Chen's divine sense swept over the surroundings and he frowned slightly. The existence of a living creature wasn't good news at all. This place is too strange. We have to leave quickly. Ning Chen reminded. Then, he pulled the little girl beside him and jumped down into the valley. A whistling wind filled their ears. Suddenly, a huge black figure rushed over from the distance, instantly charging at the two of them. Ah, a monster. Hastily pointed. I see it. Ning Chen took a step forward and grabbed the black figure's head, then threw it down. After several breaths, a huge explosion rang out. Sand and dust filled the air, rising dozens of meters high. Ning Chen brought down the valley at top speed. At the bottom of the gloomy valley, huge ancient trees stood tall. The black figure smashed one of them, and black blood dyed the ground. It was still a huge bird with a strange appearance. It had sword-like teeth on its back. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The heavily injured bird's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. What was going on? Roar! A deafening rumble rang out from an unknown place. The entire ground shook, and the huge bird that had just flown collapsed. Blood sprinkled down like rain. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand to disperse the shockwave and looked into the depths of the valley. Without any hesitation, a red light flashed and rushed forward. At the same time, a cold wind whistled on the ancient starry sky path. Queen Hongluan, who was dressed in a white dress, suddenly felt a killing intent coming at her without any warning. Her expression froze. In front of her, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A white-clothed swordsman walked over with a calm expression. Sorry, your path has come to an end. Jian Er looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly. Who are you? Queen Hongluan's expression sank. She did not remember when she had formed a grudge with such a swordsman. The person who will kill you. Jian Er responded. His right hand shone, and an ancient broken sword flew out. The moment the sword appeared, his figure moved. With a loud bang, his palm energy struck the sword's edge. The sword light surged. The white-clothed man followed closely behind. He held the sword and condensed his energy. His sword intent passed through the barrier of true essence and forced the person in front of him back. Queen Hongluan took 2 steps back. Her eyes were serious. What a powerful swordsman. True essence gathered, and a red mist filled the air, covering the sky. The martial arts of the Red Luan royal family appeared in the world again. Jian Er coldly snorted. His sword passed through a gap, and a glaring sword light shone. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The cold and murderous sword instantly arrived in front of her without any mercy. The path of life was difficult. Perhaps the world would spit on it, but in unknown places, there would still be friends who would go through life and death with them. Without asking for anything in return, they would block the path with a single sword. The flames of war rose on the ancient road. Sword light crisscrossed. Within the red mist, the white-clothed man's sword was like flowing water. His moves were simple and perfect, leaving no openings. After exchanging several moves, it was difficult for her to gain the upper hand. Queen Hongluan's expression sank. Who exactly was this person? She had never heard of him before. Distracted in battle. You are quite confident. With a piercing sound, the sword light dyed red. Jian Er condensed his energy and slammed his palm into the former's left shoulder. Eh! An almost undetectable groan sounded. Queen Hongluan took several steps back and staggered. The red mist dispersed, and the white-clothed man flashed past. The broken sword continued its attack, and the cold killing intent became even colder. After being suppressed in one move, the situation quickly changed. Queen Hongluan blocked the sword and was hit. Her dress was dyed red. Red dust reflects blood. Unwilling to lose just like that, Queen Hongluan condensed her blood energy and catalyzed the true energy in her dantian. Immediately, a bloody mist filled the sky and drowned out the battle. Secret technique. Useless thing. Jian Er's expression did not change. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of her. Sword intent gathered around him, and a dazzling light shone. Sword to the extreme, returning to the origin. Fast, accurate, concentrated. In the past, when Mu Bai taught him the sword, there were 3 swords in Desolate City. There was also a life-knowing expert who had always been entangled with Desolate City. The returning to the origin sword cut through the bloody mist and penetrated the woman's chest. Blood spurted out, and the scene was bleak. A pool of blood splashed out. Queen Hongluan's mouth dripped with blood. Vast energy gathered in her palm, and she counterattacked with a palm strike towards the former. Jian Er's eyes narrowed. He withdrew his sword and retreated, avoiding the former's palm strike. After vomiting another mouthful of blood, Queen Hongluan did not dare to fight anymore. She took a step forward and retreated quickly. You can't leave. Jian Er's figure flashed. With a slash of his sword, the sword light broke through the air. The sword light slashed apart the blood mist that permeated the air. However, Queen Hongluan's figure rapidly dissipated into nothingness, disappearing from the world. Nameless swordsman, today's grudge will be repaid many times over. When the last words were spoken, the bloody mist also disappeared without a trace. Only the white-clothed man stood there, as cold as before. Jian Er waved his hand, and the broken sword was sheathed. He did not stay any longer and turned around to leave. This woman had many secret techniques. It seemed that the life-knowing expert had made many enemies over the years. He was truly a genius. It was too late to regret making friends. A cold wind blew past, and dust filled the sky. The white-clothed man gradually disappeared on the ancient road. Chapter 708. In the immortal graveyard, under a canyon, heaven and earth shook. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly appeared, and with a roar, the surrounding creatures all exploded. Red Robe dashed out, and with extreme speed, he rushed towards the source of the roar. Angry roars rang out, as if they were enraged. Expanse after expanse of earth collapsed amidst the angry roars. Mountain rocks fell from the sky. Hong Yi flashed, dodging the rain of rocks. He spun around, increasing his speed. Roar! The world-shaking roar rang out once more, and the sound waves howled. The pressure was enough to destroy heaven and earth, destroying 10,000 celestial phenomena. Star Spirit. With a shout, the Star Spirit appeared. Hong Yi brandished his sword, and 100-meter-long storm broke through the air, slashing apart the sound waves. An instant later, the red light rushed into the depths of the canyon. In the dusky world, it was difficult to see 10 meters. Ning Chen condensed his origin energy, and a divine sun soared into the sky, shining in the dark night. White bones piled up into a mountain. It was glaring and terrifying. Yin subconsciously trembled, and the hand holding onto Ning Chen's arm tightened. Ning Chen, this place is so scary. Yin was a bit scared. Don't worry, I'm here. Ning Chen softly comforted her. His divine sense swept over the surroundings, and he walked forward. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, black figures rushed out from the darkness. There were thousands of them, and a cold wind whistled through the world. Ghost spirits. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, and the star spirit phoenix flame in his hand flourished. Sword light flashed, and the yang flames burned the Yin spirits. Ah! Mournful cries rang out. The phoenix flame set the plains ablaze, and the 100 spirits instantly vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a violent tremor resounded through the darkness. A ghost general covered in Yin Qi appeared. He raised his hand to block Ning Chen's sword. Oh! Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He condensed his origin energy, and phoenix flame filled the sky, protecting the little girl beside him. His sword whistled like thunder, and every move was fast. The ghost general used his body to block Ning Chen's sword, and the sound of metal clashing echoed through the world. The ghost general that was hard to injure with blades and swords, his moves were ruthless. His body had no vitality, and every move he made seemed to be based on instinct. He killed endlessly, and the Yellow Springs accepted his fate. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward and waved his left hand. Blue frost appeared and the sword pierced into the ground, freezing everything in its path. As the frost spread, the ghost general's movements immediately slowed down. Frost gathered, and the scene turned white. Heavenly Dragon Shock. In that instant, an azure dragon appeared on the Star Soul Sword. With a single slash, the dragon soared through the mountains and rivers. With a loud rumble, the heavenly dragon broke through the city. The frozen infernal ghost generals were instantly shattered and turned into ashes. Go! When the ghost general disappeared, Ning Chen took a step forward and instantly brought the little girl away from the battle, continuing to rush forward. A quarter of an hour later, a glimmer of light finally appeared in the dusky world. It was as dazzling as the first glimmer of dawn that was about to end in the dark night. Stepping into the light, the darkness faded away. The scene of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers was mesmerizing. There was an earth-shattering groan of pain. The sky and the earth sank. The light collapsed and disappeared along with the red clothes. On the ancient space road, Sky City floated. In front of the 7th sky pillar, Qin Bai waved his sword and carved his name. He then left. Right at this moment, a brilliant brilliance flickered in the distance as an extremely charming and beautiful figure walked over with large strides. She wore pink clothes, had fine black hair that hung down to her waist, and her excessively charming and gorgeous appearance carried a trace of a strange smile that was slightly icy cold and slightly charming, causing her appearance to be completely different from her appearance and be difficult to distinguish. The morning sun shone on the beautiful face of a Buddha. Buddha Mountain's King Ai Ran appeared on the ancient space road. In front of the sky pillar, King Ai Ran stopped. She looked at the name carved on the pillar. Her seductive face flashed with a strange smile. She said, "So, you are Qin Bai." Qin Bai squinted his eyes. Who was this woman? She had a very strange presence. A young elite from the Spirit Void Galaxy. What a shame. King Ai Ran smiled and said, "I heard that he came to this road. I told him to protect me. Tell me, if I kill you all and take the 3 treasures, will he come and find me?" Crazy. When Qin Bai heard that, his face froze. He waved his hand and a sword appeared. King Ai Ran raised her hand to block the sword. She waved her left hand. There was a flash of light. On the sky pillar behind her, 4 words appeared. When Qin Bai saw that, his face turned even colder. His sword became even fiercer. Buddhas should not kill. Unfortunately, I am Ai Ran. King Ai Ran. Ai Ran whispered. Her vital essence rose. The Buddha will behind her turned from gold to red. The Buddha lady turned into a demon. Her eyes were blood red. Buddha and demon in the same body. It was the most extreme opposition. The biggest change in Buddha Mountain for 1,000 years was terrifying again. The blood-red eyes opened, and the blood waves roared. The demonic power soared into the sky and covered the sun. With the addition of the demonic aura, Ai Ran's body disappeared. She took a step forward. Her hand turned into the sharpest weapon in the world. There was a loud vibration. Metal and stone clashed. A strand of black hair fell in front of Qin Bai. Red blood dripped down and dyed his clothes red. The attack was effective. King Ai Ran's killer move was even stronger than before. Her pair of white hands were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Qin Bai waved his sword to block the killer move. His aura was pushed to the limit. His sword light flashed as he fought against the Buddhist Shura lady. The battle between the two had reached its climax. The sword tip and the 5 fingers kept clashing. The shockwaves spread everywhere. The sky and earth shook. Demonic 6 dust, lust confuses the sky. After a long battle, Ai Ran was impatient. She formed a seal. The surrounding demonic aura was shaking. Her hands were glowing. Her fingers shook the sword. The demonic aura spread everywhere. The blood-red light was blinding. King Ai Ran had turned into a demon. The Buddha used demonic techniques. The supreme demonic power was driving people crazy. The shocking battle went beyond the limit. In front of the sky pillar, the ground kept shaking. The sky pillar that reached into the clouds was showing signs of collapsing. Qin Bai's expression froze. He blocked the demonic attack with his sword. Then, he took a step forward and jumped up. 8 desolation smoke, 1 sword end. The sword of termination appeared for the first time. The sword tip swung, and smoke spread everywhere. In the smoke, a sword light broke out. Its powerful aura shook the sky and earth. When the sword was used, the sky and earth could not withstand its power. Large areas of the void collapsed. The destructive sword strike terrified even the gods and ghosts. The sword light fell. King Ai Ran's expression did not change. The demonic aura around her rose to the extreme. Bloody waves spread out. Demonic 6 dust, fan ghost destruction. Mo Yen had shaken the sword edge. There was a moment of silence, and then there was a great terror that could destroy heaven and earth. Heaven City shook, and the power that could topple mountains and overturn seas instantly destroyed hundreds of miles of land in front of them. The sky fell and the earth caved in, as if the end of the world had arrived again. In the endless waves of dust, a figure flew out. His whole body was dyed red. He had been defeated by half a move. The blood splattered and dyed the dust red. He smashed into the city wall and fell down powerlessly. With a clang, the sword tip fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. It kept shaking. Master. At that moment, a young man in a scholar's outfit rushed over from afar. When he saw the figure that fell from the city wall, he was shocked. Seeing the young man, King Ai Ran withdrew the demonic aura around her. She returned to her Buddha form and did not attack again. She turned around and left. At the same time, in front of the 9th sky pillar, the battle had also come to an end. A woman in light yellow waved her hand and blocked 2 young strong cultivators. The Emperor's celestial scripture appeared again. Purple Chi flourished and sent the two flying. Don't follow me again. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time. Qi Yanxia said in a cold voice and immediately left. In an unknown place, the sky pillar stood. The green moth sword was trembling. The fourth crown prince of the Mizar dynasty in purple and red clothes put away his sword and left. Behind him, there were many people in red. In a different place, at a different time, the same scene occurred. The geniuses competed, eagles spread their wings, and soared through the vast sky. In the void, a palace floated up and down. Figures appeared in the palace. Their expressions all became much more serious. I believe you all already know why I've called everyone here, said the person standing in the middle. Yes. The dozen or so figures nodded. Shenji, what do you think? Asked the person in the middle. Perhaps they all came from the same place, said Shenji. Oh. What do you mean? Asked another person. None of us have seen those unfamiliar experts before. The techniques they use are also unprecedented. Although strange, they don't seem to be unorthodox. Perhaps a great sect or secret realm that we don't know about has appeared, said Shenji. That doesn't seem to be the case. If they're from the same sect, then even if the techniques they use are different, there should still be similarities. However, the techniques these people use are clearly different. The differences are enormous, said the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. That makes sense. The Luojia Starfield's leader nodded. He looked to the other figure and said, House Master, what do you think? According to my guess, they might have a very deep relationship with Mo Gate's ninth disciple, said the Dawn Moon House's master. Why? Asked the Luojia Starfield's leader. Have you all noticed that those people who have grievances with Mo Gate's ninth disciple have all been killed by those people, said the Dawn Moon House's master. Hearing that, the crowd was startled. After a short moment, their expressions sank. Thinking about it carefully, that was indeed the case. The Seven Kills Palace Master and Princess Hongwan had been searching for Mo Gate's ninth disciple the entire time. Yet, they were both seriously injured and their whereabouts were unknown. Perhaps, I know something. At this moment, the person in charge of the Ziwei segmentum said. Oh. The crowd looked over, silently waiting for an explanation. Yan Yuntian came from our Ziwei Starfield's heavenly mansion planet. Back then, I saw a life star colliding with the heavenly mansion planet. When I checked again in recent days, I discovered that the star had unexpectedly disappeared. The heavenly mansion planet is also safe and sound. Above the heavenly mansion planet, there is only one corporeal expert, Chao Tianxi. It is impossible for her to move that life star by herself. The Ziwei Starfield's leader paused for a moment before continuing. Yan Yuntian is from the heavenly mansion planet. As for Mo Gate's ninth disciple, he has been far away in the Hongwan Starfield. Before the ancient starry sky path opens, it is practically impossible for them to have formed a grudge. If those unknown experts came from the same place as Mo Gate's ninth disciple, then the only explanation is that they came from not too far from the heavenly mansion planet. In fact, the disappearance of the life star that collided with the heavenly mansion planet might very well be related to them. Hearing that, the crowd's eyes narrowed. That made sense. If that was truly the case, then it went without saying where those people came from. Chapter 709. Time passed. Flowers bloomed and withered. How many years had passed? The immortal burial grounds valley fell into silence again. Just like before, the flowers did not smell and the birds did not sing. The light had disappeared for more than 2 years, and no one had walked out. In 2 years, the younger generation had walked a quarter of the ancient path and experienced hundreds of battles. The 9 kings had appeared, and they were invincible. In a glorious era, the 9 kings were comparable to the ancient sages, and they swept through all their opponents. Their names shook the starry sky. At the same time that the 9 kings appeared, more and more people left the ancient path and withdrew from the competition between the peerless geniuses. In the 3rd year, one of the 9 kings fell, and a new king took his place. The 9 kings' power was unshakable. In the immortal burial ground, 3 years had passed. Finally, there was movement in the quiet valley. The mountain rumbled, and sword light rushed out like a waterfall. In an instant, the entire immortal burial ground came to life. Black crows flew and covered the sky. They're finally out. You lied to me. Didn't you say it would be soon? In the depths of the immortal burial ground, the little girl's voice sounded, full of dissatisfaction. 3 years, it's very fast. In the dazzling brilliance, Hongyi waved her sword. With a bang, the surrounding space was shaken. In an instant, the brilliance dissipated, and the world dimmed, returning to its original state. In 3 years, the little girl did not change much. Only her waist-length hair was a little longer, and it hung behind her back, gently fluttering in the wind. It's been 3 years. Maybe that ancient battlefield has already opened. Air pouted. No, that path is very long. They're at most halfway there. Ning Chen said softly, looking forward. He did not expect that there would be a complete underworld divine restriction here. If he did not have a certain understanding of this restriction, he might not have been able to come out in his life. Underworld, immortal execution, and time were known as the world's 3 great divine restrictions. They were born in heaven and earth, and their power was world-shaking. However, a complete divine restriction could not be set up by humans. It was the domain of gods. From ancient times until now, there had never been a human who could set up a complete time restriction. Inferring from this, there must be an existence that surpassed the limits of the mortal world in the immortal burial ground. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed, and he walked forward. Seeing this, hurriedly ran to catch up. She reached out and grabbed the former's sleeve, saying, "There won't really be a monster this time, right?" "I'm afraid there really are monsters this time." Ning Chen's tone was calm, but his divine sense was on high alert. If he was going to face an existence that was beyond the limits of the human world, then he had to be very careful. Hold on to me tightly. If there's any danger, we'll run. All right. As they spoke, the two of them had already reached the deepest part of the mountain. The rustling sound of the subway cables entered their ears and locked their hearts. Ning Chen stopped and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the cliff in front of him. Step back a little. Oh. Hearing this, retreated more than 10 steps, leaving space for the person in front of her. Ning Chen waved his right hand. Phoenix flames soared as his astral soul manifested. A resplendent blood-red light flashed as a sword slashed through the air, piercing into the precipice. With a loud bang, the mountain began to rumble and tremble. Numerous cracks appeared on its surface before it collapsed with a loud bang. Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the dust. He looked forward, not in a hurry to enter. But in front of him, iron chains crisscrossed across the mountain. Among the countless iron chains, a figure could be vaguely seen. His hair was dyed in blood, and he looked exceptionally miserable. On the iron chains, countless runes flashed with black lightning. Over the countless years, they had continuously consumed the sinner's cultivation. The light in Ning Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter, but he did not take a step forward. Although he could not sense the person's cultivation, he could feel the terrifying lightning on the chains. Once he touched it, the consequences would be unpredictable. Within the heavy iron chains, the sinner raised his head and looked at the red-robed young man outside the mountain. His purple-black eyes emitted a dazzling light. "Human," the man said hoarsely. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. What a strange feeling. This was not the aura of a human. "Save me, and I can agree to any of your conditions." The man's face was filled with exhaustion. Sorry, I can't save you with my strength. Ning Chen looked at the lightning on the chains and shook his head. Why? If you can pass the forbidden land of the underworld, you should be able to cut these chains. The man suppressed his confusion and asked. I have seen the forbidden land of the underworld before, so I have some understanding of it. That's why I can walk out. However, this does not mean that I have the ability to break your seal, Ning Chen said calmly. What's your cultivation right now? The man's eyes flashed with pain as the lightning entered his body. He asked weakly. Peak Xiantian realm, Ning Chen said honestly. Hearing this, the man was startled at first, then disappointment appeared on his face. Too weak. Senior, why are you locked here? Ning Chen asked. I made a mistake. A trace of struggle and pain flashed across the man's face. He raised his head and asked, Do you have a master? Can you ask your master to save me? Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he said, I don't have a master. Moreover, this seal cannot be broken by ordinary people. Even if a true realm expert came, they would be powerless. Are there no fourth realm experts in the current world? The man was confused. No. Ning Chen shook his head and said, At least, as far as I know, I have never heard of one. The man's eyes dimmed. After a while, he sighed softly and said, Leave. Don't come back. Otherwise, your life might be in danger. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and said, Senior, can I ask you something? Speak. The man's eyes became more and more tired. Senior, do you know the whereabouts of the God Scroll? Ning Chen asked seriously. The God Scroll. The man's eyes flashed with confusion and thought. Not long after, a trace of pain and madness flashed across his face. He said urgently, Leave quickly. Ning Chen's expression changed. An indescribable sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Without saying anything else, he quickly retreated with Yin behind him. The God Scroll is, his last words were filled with pain and struggle. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying roar that made people tremble rang out. Instantly, the entire mountain collapsed and sank down hundreds of feet. 3,000 feet away, a red light flashed and Ning Chen appeared with the girl. As soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not withstand the power of the sound wave. How are you? Yin asked anxiously. I'm fine. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the collapsed mountain behind him. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. That was close. Fortunately, he retreated quickly. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who was that just now? Yin asked. I'm not sure. There was too little time. I didn't have time to ask too much, Ning Chen said seriously. Yin looked at the surroundings that were gradually recovering. She pouted and said, We came for nothing this time. We didn't find anything and were trapped for 3 years for nothing. We didn't come for nothing. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He looked at the mountain that had recovered and said, Let's go. It's time to go back. Ah. Yin heard this and was stunned. She quickly followed and said, We're leaving now. Aren't we going to continue searching? We found it, Ning Chen replied. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Yin looked left and right. It's not here, Ning Chen said calmly. Then where is it? It's very far from here. We're going to snatch it. The two of them gradually disappeared into the night. Their red clothes fluttered in the wind. They did not look back even once. Senior, if Junior is fortunate enough to step into the fourth realm one day, I will definitely return to repay today's kindness. In the night wind, the promise echoed through the valley. It was calm and simple, but it was firm and unquestionable. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the chains swaying could be heard. They were blocked by the mountain that was gradually recovering and could no longer be heard. In the 5 regions of the inner realm, rays of light shone in the world. The netherworld king's boundary was broken, and the suppressed laws of heaven and earth were restored. The few people who had been at the peak of the great circle of perfection for hundreds of years had finally taken the most important step. Congratulations, Master. In the heavenly music pavilion, Wuxia respectfully bowed. The heavenly music pavilion's master walked out and said, "Qingying, the ancient starry sky path has been open for a long time. You should also set off." "Yes." Wuxia bowed again. She waved her hand and put away the Lyoya zither beside her. Then she left. In the homeland of Western Buddha, on heavenly Buddha Mountain, a figure of light descended from the sky. The pavilion masters of Buddha Mountain bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, Master of Light." Among the crowd, there was a young monk with delicate features who looked to be in his 20s. However, his pure Buddhist cultivation surpassed that of any of the Buddhist pavilion masters. "Arhat, you can go," said the Master of Light calmly. "As you wish." The Arhat accepted the order. His feet fell, and golden light shone around him, drowning his body. At the peak of Western Jade Mountain, on the wall of repentance not far from the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, Buddhist fire rose. In front of the wall of repentance, Xiaoshu, who had been facing the wall for more than 10 years, looked much more haggard. However, the determination in her eyes did not change at all. In the flames, a jade-green divine spear floated up and down. It burned with Buddhist fire and was refined by the clear sky lotus breath. It worked day and night for 10 years. Outside the wall of repentance, Bai Lingling walked over. She looked at Xiaoshu, who was getting weaker day by day. A look of pity flashed through her eyes. "Third junior sister, why do you have to do this?" asked Bai Lingling. Xiaoshu did not look back. She focused on forging the divine weapon in the flames. Traces of the clear sky lotus breath entered the divine weapon from her body. Her hair had lost all its luster. "It's almost done." "Where's little junior sister?" "Has she woken up?" asked Xiaoshu tiredly. "Maybe in the next few days," replied Bai Lingling softly. "That's good. Senior sister, if little junior sister wakes up, ask her to come here. It'll be the last thing I can do for her as her senior sister," said Xiaoshu calmly. "Okay." Bai Lingling nodded. She looked at the divine weapon in the flames with pity. Then, she sighed softly and turned to leave. In the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, endless Buddhist fire spread. In the flames, the aura of the woman who had been sleeping for more than 10 years became even more stable. It was as if she was in a deep sleep. She was calm and peaceful. The void swirled, and the West Jade Master walked out. She looked at the woman in the flames, and her eyes flashed. "Qing Ning, you've made me see you in a different light. This unyielding will to live. Was it because of him? Since you're worried, you should wake up soon. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.